All right, we're going to call to order the April 5th meeting of the West Sacramento City Council, Redevelopment Successor Agency and Financing Authority. We'd like to invite our guests to join the council and staff in the pledge, which tonight will be led by Mark Zolo.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council did meet in closed session this evening to confer with our real property negotiator regarding negotiations with Consolidated Communications, and no action was taken. And to confer with our labor negotiator regarding negotiations with all bargaining units as listed in the agenda, and no action was taken. Sorry, with that, we're going to move to item 1A, which is presentations by the public on matters not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the City Council. As is noted on our agendas, we're prohibited by state law from taking action or having a discussion about issues raised in public comment, but it is an important opportunity for a public forum. We do ask that anyone wishing to address the council on this or any other item this evening to please fill out one of the yellow cards that's available near the front, between the front door and the cameraman, and turn it into the city clerk. In front of the clerk is a timer that we use to make sure that everyone has a chance to be heard. And to that end, we ask that all comments be limited to no more than 3 minutes. We take the comment cards all the way up to the conclusion of the staff report on any particular agenda item. Once the staff report's completed and the public comment, the public testimony and the council discussion has begun, we don't take any additional cards. So you've got plenty of time right now, but please, if you're here for a particular item, get that card as soon as you can, but certainly before the conclusion of the staff report. We also recognize that for some folks, speaking in public is a new experience and maybe not a pleasant one. So we do ask that there be not be any boos or catcalls or actually any other applause or other demonstrations, and that we try to maintain a civil discourse here in the chambers. Also in front of the clerk is a flip chart, and that simply indicates which agenda item we are currently considering. So with that, we have one request to speak under item 1A, and that's by Maria Grijalva.
Thank you for this opportunity to address the council. I was just doing a quick follow-up. When I was last up here, you indicated that it was a lie that you were part of 5 nonprofits, because I was so curious why you were so interested in education. And so Capital Impact is, I believe, is your partner in Capital Impact. It has 5 nonprofits: Link Learning Alliance, California Legislative Staff Education Institute, Core Districts, Launchpad, Alliance for Regional Collaborators to Heighten Educational Business, and also EdVoice, which somehow received a grant from one of the nonprofits that you were part of, and that's part of my homework that I'm working on. And so anyway, this is just public information that needs to be had, and I wanted to thank you for this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And anyone else that would like to see that, it's all in the form that's filed with the city and the State Political Affairs Commission as well, so it's fully public information. All right, so with that, we're going to move to item 1B, which is council communications. Or, Mr. Castorena, did you want to speak under item 1A? Yes. You just made the deadline, so come on up.
How you doing, Mayor, Council? I just had some interesting conversations with Cindy Tuttle regarding Phase 2 of Bright Park. Several weeks ago, I spoke with Cindy, and she stated everything looked really good, and that they would be starting Phase 2 in the spring. My last contact with her was about a week ago. She called me. It was a little noisy where I was at, but the gist of it, I asked her about Phase 2, what was going to happen, and were things going to start, and she said this time that it would start in the summertime. So a little confused about that. And some of the reasons she gave was, that I can remember, but it was pretty crowded in the restaurant that I was at, that the tribes were holding up matters in that. So I told her, well, my cousin works with the tribes. She gets Native American citizens to get jobs at the casinos. When I mentioned that, she said the problem with the tribes had been resolved. So I'm a little confused on what was going on there. Things seem to be changing, information seems to be changing. And that last part almost seemed like a deception. So I hope that you'll come out with some information about when the Phase 2 is going to start. And we have waited several years for this to happen. I hope it'll start soon. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so those are all the comments we have under item 1A. So now we'll proceed to item 1B, which is council communications. Are there any reports or other communications this evening? Mr. Ledesma?
A couple of updates from the Yellow Habitat Conservancy. We had a meeting back on March 20th, pretty lengthy one, but it would, a couple of main topics were around starting the 2017-18 budget, and part of that conversation had to do with preparing that organization. We've been talking about how we're going to staff it, and so part of that was the conversation about budgeting around staffing for that, hiring a new executive director, at least having the budget to hire a new executive director in the 2018 year. So the budget was passed. We also got an update on the draft review. We're still working towards getting the draft review out. There's been some progress from the state and wildlife agencies, but now we're running into issues with the federal government in terms of being able to further that adoption of that draft review into their comment period that's in the part of the Federal Registrar's process. So our executive director is trying to work through that, but it may cause some delays. But we're hoping to get some progress on that in the next few weeks. So we had a meeting scheduled, I believe, in 2 weeks, but that's been canceled as we kind of work through those issues. So again, there's going to be a no off and on with this, but I know the staff is working super hard to kind of continue the progress on the conservation plan. We have all our ducks in a row. It's really now just kind of getting through some of the process. So that's about all I had in regards to the Conservancy, but it is kind of fluid right now with some of the issues going on at the federal government with the agencies. So that's all I had. Thank you.
All right, nice ducks reference. So if everyone's report can include one unnecessary pun, that would be great. Councilmember Santine?
All right. On March 16th, the West Sacramento Flood Control Agency met, and we received $9 million for the state true-up, and we also will be receiving an advance from the state for design and construction of the Southport Levee project. We're also working with Congresswoman Matsui's office and our federal lobbyists, speaking of federal issues, to best position our project for federal funding. Also, we will likely be having a groundbreaking ribbon cutting in May at the Southport project when construction begins, but as you know, that can get delayed due to rain and other issues. I think we originally were thinking April, now it's May, so please stay tuned with that. On March 20th, the Water Resources Association of Yolo County met, and we heard reports on Yolo subsidence monitoring and from the Office of Emergency Services about the flood response in Yolo County, particularly following the heavy rains and the spillway incident at Oroville. Our own Brenna Howell from West Sacramento was a part of the presentation team. And we also continued our work on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and a draft JPA setting up the required groundwater sustainability agency will come to council soon for our review and approval. On March 21st, the Age Friendly Advisory Committee met. Mayor Pro Tim Johannesson chaired the meeting. We continue to do our work preparing a draft plan that will come to council in a few months. We also held a listening session in Bright this past Saturday to complete the information gathering phase of the planning process. On March 22nd, LAFCO hosted a gathering of YOLO leaders, and we discussed the changing national policy as it relates to local policy and impacts and opportunities. Mayor Steinberg from Sacramento was the keynote speaker, and we also heard speakers on topics of healthcare, immigration, environment, and infrastructure. And I was honored to represent us, and I gave some brief closing remarks at that. Last week on March 29th, and I don't know, Mayor, if you'll speak to this, but 4 of us took part in a town hall that was actually in Chambers, organized by our Senator, Dr. Pan, and it was a town hall on issues facing children, such as access to high-quality childcare, early childhood education, and quality health and dental care. The chamber was full to the brim, and we heard testimony from 50 or so folks that evening, particularly on Senate Bill 18. And finally, earlier tonight, the Port Commission met. We held our elections, and Supervisor Villegas will continue as chair, and I will serve as vice chair for the next term. And we also approved a purchase and sale agreement with Echelon Enterprises. And that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Sandine and Councilmember Roscoe.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem always goes last.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Yolo County Children Alliance Executive Board meeting was today at 3 p.m. in Davis. For many of us who are not familiar with the Yolo County Children's Alliance, the Yolo County Children's Alliance, also known as YCCA, is the Child Abuse Prevention Council of Yolo County. They offer a variety of services, including a step-by-step program, community health initiative. They run several family resource centers. In West Sacramento, the one is located off of Todd Hunter, and they provide food distribution and other family support services, including home visitation. We had an opportunity to hear from staff, one of whom is participating in, or has participated in, the Health Leadership Program and has outlined the process of an upcoming strategic plan that will begin in May. That would include enhanced and extensive stakeholder engagement surveys and facilitated discussions in order to direct the direction of the YCCA. The YCCA is also participating in a variety of activities, including Child Abuse Prevention Month, which is near and dear to my heart, having served for many years as a child abuse, both physical and sexual abuse prosecutor. And I wanted to mention that there is going to be an event, a very big event on April 21st here at our Civic Center down below, featuring a wonderful band called Unsupervised, some of whom you might be familiar with. But we are going to be having an event down below on Friday, April 21st at 6 p.m. in our Galleria, and we want to make sure we invite everybody to attend and enjoy.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to augment Councilmember Sandine's report on the age-friendly meeting that happened. And I wanted to commend John Robinson and staff on putting this together. It's really, we've had a number of different meetings. We've had a lot of different community outreach and questionnaires and with the help of AARP. And now we're down to actually discussing a draft implementation plan. And that's basically in 3 realms. One is quality of life, the other is public safety, and the other is connectivity. And staff has been able to develop through all of our comments about 20 action items. So, for example, expanding coffee with copper senior living facilities, affordable housing, eliminate health disparities, increase awareness among older residents for the code enforcement services. So there's a number of these potential implementation items that we're still going to have to decide on if it goes in the plan or not. And then the next step will be coming to City Council and actually looking at implementing these. And some of these are going to be easy, some of these are going to be very difficult. But it's really just, it's a huge subject, and it's been able to be encapsulated, I think, fairly quickly with the help of John and staff, and I really appreciate that.
All right, thank you. A couple of reports. The SACOG board met 3 weeks ago. Took up a variety of business. The main item on the agenda was the bike share, the work on the bike share project, and we'll cover that more directly in item 12, so I'll defer on that. The bike share policy committee also met yesterday. with representatives of the cities of Davis and Sacramento and the Sacramento Air District, as well as SACOG, but again, I'll save the full report on that for when we get to item 12. Also want to thank members of the council who participated in Dr. Pan, in Senator Pan's town hall. It was, you described it as lively, I think, and a lot of input was given. We all worked very hard to make sure that every West Sacramento resident that was here at that town hall had a chance to be heard. We were inundated with folks from outside of the community who follow Senator Pan around to harass him about his work on vaccinations. But if you had a chance to see it at the town hall, I was so proud of our community and our town. At the initial presentations, when each member of the council that was present and each member of the school board and Supervisor Villegas each gave brief comments about things that are happening in this city for children. It was astonishing. I mean, it was so impressive to hear the quality of leadership and the initiatives that are going on. And it was unfortunate that some of that was drowned out by the whole vaccination debate. But I really want to acknowledge the members of the council and our colleagues on the school board and Supervisor Villegas for really putting on a great event. And for the members of our community came out and, despite all the noise from other places, really brought out both the key accomplishments that we've had around issues for children, but also the very serious needs that we have going forward for children and for children's rights. So thank you all for doing that. On the other side of the equation, that same day we had a call with a mayor's call with the White House infrastructure lead as they're laying out the initial range of what their plans are in the domain of infrastructure. And they laid out a six-legged stool, I guess you might describe it, of which one leg was funding, but they didn't want to talk about funding at all. Most of it was around regulatory streamlining, process streamlining, a little bit on public-private partnerships, and mostly on roads and bridges, with only a slight mention of things like levees. I pushed on that issue before and subsequent to that meeting, and they've asked for some help figuring out exactly how to deal with levees in that situation. Levees are not a good candidate for public-private partnerships because you can't charge for them. And so the federal government's diminished role in levees can't be diminished anymore at this stage, certainly for us, but for the health of the country as well. So it was we learned some from the call. I can't say it was the most encouraging conversation about how to fund infrastructure going forward, but we're working with what we got in this space. And I do want to, on some of the issues with the federal agencies that we have dealt with that have been challenges. We're going through one right now with the firehouse and an insistence by federal bureaucratic agencies that we have to move this, that the owner needs to move the sign from Burgers and Brew to some other location, or whether we're dealing with the agencies on the conservancy issues. There are opportunities in the midst of all this chaos to rationalize some of these other areas, and so would certainly, I've been asked by the White House to provide examples of areas where irrational outcomes happen that all of us could agree are silly, like not having things like Burgers and Brew happen at all because you don't renovate a firehouse, or where we can't execute on a habitat plan that we know makes sense. So as members of the council, I know the manager already knows this, he's been identifying these as well, as these sorts of elements come up and we can provide them in ways that will be helpful. We appreciate that. Last week also, we met with Senator Pan and Assemblymember McCarty separately in the Capitol around the transportation package that the governor has proposed. This is prior to the release of the proposal, but you'll recall when we discussed it at council, we said that we wanted to flag for our legislators that we strongly support increased investments in transportation, but that there's a unique dimension to West Sacramento's transportation issues. It's not unique, but it is different in the sense that the funding formulas that traditionally rely on population do not account for the fact that even though Davis may have more people than we have, as an example, we have so many more trucks carrying so much more stuff in them that we have to resurface and repave and fix the same road many more times than they do over the same time period. So the state funding formulas for road rehabilitation ought to take into account usage as well as just population, because not every person is the same indicator of impact on the roads. So we helped equip our legislators to ask questions about these issues in committees, and they're both appreciative of that. We also met with Assemblymember McCarty about the port legislation. that the Port District is sponsoring about the membership of the commission, the technical issue that we've been trying to resolve as well. We participated in the regional mayors meeting last week where we were asked to present on Outreach Grid, which is the product that we've developed, or that was developed as part of the Startup in Residence program in conjunction with the police department here. So a lot of other jurisdictions in the region are interested in joining in the Outreach Grid project, and then also presented on the Kids Home Run as an example of, as a potential partnership with other cities in the region around things like the Community College Promise and the internship program for kids and the digital badging initiative. So, and I had shoulder surgery. So it's been a busy couple of weeks, but appreciate all the staff help, and a lot of members of the council have been subbing in while I've been either in the hospital or in recovery. So thanks very much. That's going to take us then to item 1C, which is appointments to boards and committees. We don't have any commissions, but we inadvertently made an appointment to the Age-Friendly Advisory Committee because someone, John Robinson, can't tell the difference between Andrea and Andrew. So we appointed Andrew Sternfels as the Planning Commission representative to the Age-Friendly Advisory Committee. It was supposed to be Andrea Lepore. So I'd like to nominate Andrea Lepore to replace Andrew Sternfels as a member of the Age-Friendly Advisory Committee.
Are you looking for a motion? I'll move.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Sandin and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson and appreciated by John Robinson. If there's no discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 2, which is presentation and proclamation declaring April 2017 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Is there a motion on the proclamation?
Second?
It's been moved by Mr. Ledesma, seconded by Ms. Sandin. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries and proclamation is approved. We've asked Councilmember Orozco to present the proclamation on behalf of the council.
I just previously mentioned that the issue of child abuse is near and dear to my heart, having been a prosecutor in child sexual assault and physical assault cases for several years. In many of the cases, at least in my experience, I know that there are parents who wish to be better parents or wish to parent better, but don't have the skills or the resources in order to unlearn certain behaviors. And unfortunately, many children suffer. I want to thank Katie Villegas, the Executive Director of the Yolo County Children's Alliance, for joining me before our group today. I'd like to issue a proclamation on behalf of the City of West Sacramento, recognizing April 2017 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. The proclamation reads, whereas as a society we have a responsibility to nurture and protect our children and help ensure they become healthy and productive adults. And whereas child abuse is a national tragedy, with 683,000 victims of child abuse and neglect reported to Child Protective Services in 2015. Whereas effective early intervention and prevention efforts are less costly than trying to fix the adverse effects of child maltreatment, both in human and financial terms. And whereas 501,430 California children were referred to Child Welfare Services investigations in 2015, of which 77,549 children had allegations that were substantiated. Whereas Yolo County Health and Human Services Agency Child Welfare Services received 2,210 reports of suspected child abuse and neglect in 2015, of which 315 were substantiated. And whereas child abuse and neglect can be reduced by making sure each family has the support and the support they need in raising their children in a safe and nurturing environment. Whereas the people of Yolo County are encouraged to strengthen families and support child abuse prevention activities in their communities, specifically through the Yolo County Children's Alliance and Child Abuse Prevention Council annual child abuse prevention campaign, which this year is called Make Time for Yourself, promoting self-care for parents and caregivers. And I'll just quickly show you what I received today in our YCCA executive directors meeting with lots of handouts about how to make time for yourself when it's called a self-care guide for busy parents, and I know nothing about that. Whereas providing community-based prevention services to families can help strengthen them and reduce the likelihood of child abuse and neglect, family strengthening programs provided by YCCA and Child Abuse Prevention Council include evidence-based home visiting, family resource centers, safety net services, parenting classes and education, developmental screening, subsidized childcare, and VITA, which brings money back into the hands of families. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of West Sacramento does hereby declare the month of April 2017 to be Child Abuse Prevention Month in Yolo County, proclaimed this 5th day of April 2017.
And if I could just say a few words, thank you, Councilmember Roscoe. So Karina did mention the new guide. This is actually developed by our staff, and it's Make Time for Yourself. And it's really a really cool organizational thing. It has like a little poster in here, these moms and dads can use to remind themselves to take care of themselves. We also have parent toolkits. We have the Family Resource Center. We're doing a lot of work right here in West Sacramento. We are having a huge event April 21st, so thanks for that plug. And we'd love to have all of you there. And I know some of you already have your tickets, and some of you have to be there because you're in the band, but we would really appreciate your presence here. And it's going to be Sail-In is doing the food for us, Hawaiian-style pigs, and all kinds of goodies that they're bringing, so it should be wonderful. And I just want to remind folks that child abuse is a hard subject, and I think the Children's Alliance, the 11 years that I've been there, we've really tried to focus on support for parents and bringing. I've been a parent, I know how hard it can be, so I think that it's really important for us to focus on the positive and help people out of that situation and prevent child abuse from happening by doing home visits and doing food distribution and all the work that our staff do here locally and throughout the county. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for all your work and for the event, and thank you to Councilmember Roscoe, who represents not just us, but all the city councils in the Yolo County as the representative on the board for YCCA. So thank you so much. All right, that brings us to the consent agenda, which is items 3 through 7. At your desk is a memo from the city manager with some clarifying amendments to item 4. But otherwise, are there any items on the consent agenda a member of the council wishes to remove for separate discussion, or any item for a question or a comment? All right, we have one request for public comment. So before we take the balance of the consent agenda, for item 6, it's consideration of contract for Cook Engineering Incorporated for the emergency work on the Sutter Street roadway rehabilitation project, and we request from Donna Springer. Representing Go-Getters, right? Donna.
Thank you, Mayor. I hope to someday be able to see you when I'm not here complaining about Sutter Avenue. To our new members of the board, I was here about 8 months ago. I was here in July and August last year with blown-up pictures showing you the real serious nature and condition of the street. Interesting enough, in our old files, Mayor, we found a letter from the city of West Sacramento that's 19 years old. I'll be happy to email it to you.
I might have signed it.
Saying the concern and asking for a meeting for the condition of Sutter Avenue. Fast forward 19 years, I was here again in July and August, showing you, trying to tell you. Well, a wonderful thing happened, except to Sutter Avenue, a wonderful heavy rain came. And the deplorable condition that I was complaining about at the end of the summer we're at impassable. I am happy to report to you that when I asked Denix, your Director of Public Works, to please do something, he showed up. He was amazed at how bad this street is. He tried to bring in some rock or something because the holes' girth are so big, but that made the road worse because the girth of the holes and depth are so big, it bogged all the trucks to go through. So the gravel had to be removed so we could drive through the holes. It's bad. I think you guys can just believe me, it's bad. So I'm really asking on behalf of my business that has delivery trucks, but guys, I have guys that work for me, they're in their personal vehicles trying to navigate this, and I'm not the only business on Sutter. So on behalf of course, Go-Getters, my employees, and the other small businesses, please consider this carefully. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And thanks, I don't see Denix here, but thank you to there he is. Thanks, Denix, for your attention and work on this and the solution that you have, that you've got before us. So, all right, so there's no further questions or comments on the consent agenda?
No comments, but I'll move the recommended action on the consent agenda.
With the modifications to item 4? Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Ledesma and seconded by Mr. Roscoe. Seeing nothing further, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. That brings us to item 8. Item 8 is continuation of public hearing and consideration of Resolution 17-13, amending the book of fees related to parking meter and off-street parking facility rates, consideration of Resolution 17-20, establishing the Mill and Central Street monthly parking zone, and consideration of first reading of uncodified ordinance 17-4, amending the municipal code concerning parking meter rates. Mr. Blumberg.
On March 15th, the City Council continued consideration of Ordinance 17-4, which would establish parking meter rates in the Bridge District. Also continued the public hearing on Resolution 17-13, which would have established those rates within the city's book of fees. And finally, continued consideration of Resolution 17-20, which would have defined a monthly parking zone in the district. And again, this continuation was to allow staff to take the comments we received from you at that meeting and incorporate it within the resolutions and the ordinance in a way, since they were all kind of interrelated, we wanted them all to match up through the different documents. And so what I'd like to do is just briefly summarize what the changes were in those documents, and again, they flow through. But the first issue was coming up with a monthly parking rate that would be transitional. And so rather than starting out at $60 a month, we would start with something that was something like $30, and that would go for 6 months. Then you go to $50, and then to $60 beginning July 1st of 2018. And then the next issue was really within the ordinance dealing with the monthly parking zone and how you define that. And so what we proposed is that rather than just one of the Habitat apartments, all 4 be eligible to use that monthly parking zone area, we would increase the number from 14 to 30 residents who would be able to use that monthly parking zone. But again, given that there was this added benefit, we proposed an increase in the rate from, the starting rate instead of being 30 would be 40, but then it would quickly, within 6 months, jump to a $60 a month rate. And then there would be conditions put in to monitor on-street parking availability to make sure that it minimized the impact on folks who are visiting the barn or Drake's or Garden Park. And so there were check-in points where the council could either reduce the number of allowed monthly parking zone parking spaces or eliminate it altogether. And we proposed that really there be a termination after 18 months. So you'll see that we've got it terminating by January 1st of 2019 in terms of those on-street parking rights in the zone. And then there were also other issues that came up. One was that visitors had an issue. So if you had a contractor come into your house, something like that, that there might be a visitor rate or visitor allowance in the Bridge District, 5th and Bridge parking lot. And so what we proposed is that there be up to 10 hours, a flat rate of $5 for visitors. I would just point out that in that discussion, we were debating this issue of the difference between having some limited number of parking rights with that flat rate for something like a contractor versus, if you had a daily rate in the Fifth and Bridge lot, you could have people like employees who are coming to work at, let's say, Drake's or the barn. They would be able to park all day at a daily rate. So one of the things that is not within your ordinance and resolution would be the creation of a daily rate in addition to the visitor rate, and that would allow you to create a limitation on the visitor rate, but still have a daily rate. And we'd recommend that be something higher, like $10 a day, except when the special event rate kicks in which case it would be the special event rate. But we thought a daily rate would be something that would be added, and again, that's not within what's before you. So that pretty much summarizes the changes. Again, there may be certain tweaks and changes that you may want to consider. Again, the one that we recommend was adding the daily rate, but you may have others. So with that said, we would just answer any questions you have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blumberg. Are there questions for staff at this time? All right, this is a continued thank you, Mr. Blumberg. This is a continued public hearing on Resolution 17-13. So we don't have any requests to speak, but does anyone wish to address the council on that item? Oh, let me open the public hearing now. Does anybody wish to address the council on that item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn to the council for further question or discussion. Go ahead, Mr. Ledesma and Ms. Enning.
There's a few things on this, since I was not at the last meeting, and just trying to keep score on as this has progressed. First of all, thanks staff for continuing to work with council as we learn the ins and out of parking and how we want to manage it. And I think back on March, whatever meeting that was, the beginning of the March meeting, we had a lot of residents here who were concerned about the parking impacts, who gave really good testimony about what their concerns were about the tiering of rates, about what they felt they needed. But it was also sort of a time for us to level set on kind of what our goals were as a city, kind of level set what the opportunities would be with this. So I appreciate the staff report, which kind of gave a debriefing of the subsequent meeting in the middle of March. Again, I unfortunately had to miss that meeting, but it did give me some insight into the rest of the council, how they were feeling about trying to maneuver some parts of this so that it would better fit the needs of the neighborhood, the needs of the builder in the area, as well as the council's goals of trying to manage parking, specifically trying to keep public parking on the streets at the premium. That's what's going to be necessary for the public to be able to visit Drake's, the barn, the riverfront at the Mill Street Pier, as well as Garden Park. I think that was something I tried to articulate and set the tone for back in early March. And I think part of what I wanted to make sure we did is start to talk about where we are today and where we, for staff, to kind of some areas that we can focus in on a little or refine a little more, really around with the goal of making sure we can simplify, for lack of a better term, some of the concepts that are involved in the tiering of rates, as well as how we manage the permitting process. I think those are kind of areas that I'm worried about. We're a young city and learning the ins and out of parking. As you can tell from the repeated agenda item that this has been, we're trying to get it right. And, as I think I said this back on the 5th, that there'll be a point in time where we have to look at it again because we're still learning, and that's okay. But for today, I think we want to make sure we can look at areas that we can really zero in on making the implementation of this simplified. So just to ask a couple of questions, I know on the resolution regarding the monthly parking zone. So thanks, Paul. The available permits in the that we're making available to them in the staff report. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my space in the, what do we have as the number of spaces that you were looking for in your iteration? Because I think we want to look at that differently. We want to look at the amount of parking spaces to kind of conform to the amount of under parking or that's in that area, so.
So in operative clause number 2, let's say in resolution 1720, it says 30 habitat resident.
Yeah, and I think that,
spaces.
I think that's probably where we need to look at changing. I think the area, the delta that is between what's allowed in parking and what they feel they need, probably should be to 45. I think that's what we were looking at. I think we tried to introduce back in early March, is the number of spaces that are going to be underparked, frankly. So we want to make sure we accommodate. I think that's an area I wanted to look at. I think council may have brought that up in the earlier meeting, or let's just say back in the early March or mid-March meeting. But that's an area I like to kind of see as a way to make sure the residents there had the opportunity because of the nature of that parking. And the fact that they are underparked, we're all going into this knowingly that we underpark that neighborhood, and giving them the opportunity to have parking would be ideal. The other area that I want to talk about is around, the parking zone and how we issue the permits. And I think I may have brought this up, or I think it came from somewhere, but around how we issue the permits. And that we want to make sure that the city's, I don't want to get into a complicated process of people, the city manager, staff, having to manage where they are with the amount of parking permits that are allowed, right? So they have a limited number of parking spaces they're going to use for the residents, and specifically in the apartments and the Habitat apartments or some of the other projects. So my concern is that we get into the business. I don't want us, city staff, getting in the business of trying to keep track of where they are in their parking allotments. I just feel like that's not staff's responsibility. We are going to issue them permits. That's all they're going to get. If we can get it from 30 to 45, they know what they have, and I don't think we need to be in the business of having to verify where they are in their parking, and if how they manage their underground parking or wherever it is for their residents, and how they allocate those is totally their responsibility. And having their amount of permits is that there's a limited amount. They should not be willing to come back and ask for more. That's all we have. So that's an area I wanted to see stricken from put in the resolution, that we're going to have some sort of process where we have to make sure that's all the parking spaces they have. Whatever else administratively, that doesn't seem, we were just talking about how government can kind of be overly bureaucratic. That's just, no, you have 45 permits, go manage to them. So those are a couple of areas that I wanted to maybe look at and ask the council to think about as we go forward on the resolution. I know there's been some other talk and concerns by other council members, so I'll kind of let them introduce some other concepts, but those are two areas I want to make sure we can zero in on.
Sandine?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate those additions and suggestions, Councilmember Ledesma. I think this has been iterative and I'd say a little messy, but we're trying to do the best we can with the parking situation and thinking kind of ahead and knowing what we need to manage now. So it's not that, I would say, that easy, but I really appreciate the work of the staff, and I also appreciate the folks who've come out to share with us their kind of concerns and thoughts about how to make this the best it can be. My suggestion, knowing that we are doing the best, but we may need to understand how what we're putting in place is working, is I would suggest a review every so often, perhaps every year, perhaps we get some information about how the the ordinances and the metering and is working, and if there are suggestions to make it work better. I don't know what, I don't know that I know all the things that we would need to hear back, but I'd like to think about what would be important to us as we're launching this. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think we had a continued discussion on this issue. There's a number of, well, basically, I think two competing interests. One is that we want to develop our Bridge District into a less of a car-centric area and to incorporate transit as it comes in. And second is we want to actually have the development occur. And we see that the competing interests may collide when we start looking at this parking scheme that may actually deter the development. It may make the developments more uncompetitive. I don't think it's, the rent market is really hot right now. The sales market is really hot right now. But, I think folks are still cost conscious whether they're buying or renting. And a difference between $100 and $50 a month for parking is a big issue in the whole spectrum of what's going on. I totally concur with Councilmember Ledesma in looking at starting at an under parking scenario, which was, I think, the expectation when some of these developments went in. We want to try to get the development dense, and we want to try to get the development less reliant on cars. We don't want to have, on one side and the other side, we want to make sure that we push a realistic policy for parking, so development does happen knowing that we're going to, or in the process now of creating more restrictive parking in the area, and it will get expensive. So, I think Councilmember Ledesma's suggestion on looking at the allocations per project, I think, is a good idea. And also, I'd like to maybe take a look at this, the timing of the residential permits and the tiering. I still think that a year and a half is too soon to start escalating this, and the reason why is I'm kind of fixed on the streetcar, and the streetcar is kind of a timing issue that hopefully we'll have that up and running in 2021. So we have 4 more years where really it's going to be a transit-oriented service district. I mean, we're looking at ride share, bike share, and getting a shuttle in there in the interim, but to move the volume of people in and out of there, it's really going to be the streetcar. I think that's going to do it. So I know Sacramento tiers these things, and I wanted to, one option would be, for example, we could have the lot at one rate and street parking at another rate. And basically, the market would drive however you buy those. And then have it escalate over a period of time. So for example, if you start at 30, and every year you escalate it by $5, I think you come up to $50 in 2021. If you start $50 for an on-street permit, $5 a month, $7 a month, or whatever, it gets up to $70 or $80 a month in 2021. So we'll get there by, I think, and it'll also allow people to have choices. If they want to park closer to the where they live, it's going to be more expensive. If they want to park in the lot which is going to be available, there is going to be a little bit of walk depending on where you are, but it's going to be less expensive. And the other thing is I know we've talked about infrastructure in the parking lot, and we got to recover costs. I totally get that. We do need to recover costs, but I don't want to see the parking lot wag the policy tail of what we're trying to do here. That because we've got a parking lot, now we need to find a way to pay for it at the expense of potentially making the district uncompetitive with a parking plan. So, to be, look at a tier rate, look at maybe recovering the cost of parking lot, maybe just with the residential permits. I'm not sure how that would work out. But basically to allow, I think the simplicity of the property owners to, you get some number of permits, you've got so many garage spaces, you deal with it. But here's what the other permits would be. It'd be, a tiered rate based on how close you are. So those are my comments.
There's a lot of issues up here, but first, let me just say, I agree with the results that most of what's been said this evening. I have some questions about some of it, but I do want to, because we're creating a record here, I want to, and this will be redundant because I said some of this last time, put this in the right context. As we, like everyone else, often talk about this issue as though it is a bridge district property owners and homeowner and renter issue. And it isn't. And it's about one of the reasons the city incorporated in the first place was to create this waterfront as an amenity, as an activity center, as a symbol of the entire community. And the investments of depending on how you count it, $50, $100, $150 million in this area by the taxpayers of the whole city, including some of the poorest people in the entire region, because they believed that it was of value to them to create access to go fish at Mill Street Pier or on the riverbank, or to be able to go to places like Garden Park, is essential. So it's that the public, when we're talking about the public is the whole city, and not simply the few hundred folks that live in the district today, or the potential people who might move here from somewhere else. They have interest too, but we've got to pay attention to what is essential for the entire community that has put way more money in this than any private developer or any brand-new homeowner or renter in the district, and they deserve to have their interest represented and be able to access this area, which is why having the turnover in parking that allows people to park there from outside of the area, from outside of the immediate area, but still within the city, to be able to access the barn and Drake's and the waterfront and fish and do all those other things is really essential. And so that's, for me at least, that's a key part of the framework here. It will never be clean. I think, I agree that we're a young city, we're still figuring it out, but if we were an old city, we wouldn't even pretend that was possible. It will always be extraordinarily contentious and controversial, and most people will be mad most of the time when it comes to parking. It's just that is the fact of life. And I think that, for me, that's instructive about how we design the future years. And so I'm very supportive of moving to the annual review, but this experience, the fact that every time we've taken this up just as first reading, second reading, that's going to create a moment like this every single year, and having to make a very hard vote on the same principles and the same facts on the ground over and over and over and over again if we don't lay out in advance, and Councilmember Sandine suggested we do this, but lay out in advance, okay, what is that decision based on? What are the metrics? What are the numbers that we're tracking? What are we looking at? Has Drake's been built, frankly? Is Drake's open? Are all the spaces on the street being used? Can people access Garden Park? I mean, we ought to be laying those out with a clear statement at the beginning of those criteria that we intend. The purpose of this policy is to eliminate this residential on-street parking over time, without the strict schedule that we adopted in the last meeting. But to be very clear for folks that are looking at this, that don't come every year with an expectation that as long as because we don't want to have a controversy, we're just going to extend the same exact program over and over again. But it's going to be reduced over time as we pay attention to the indicators, many of which have been suggested around market, sales and everything else, but also access and other uses. So I think, indicating things like that. So, determining, for example, that if tonight we expanded it by another street, if we added Bridge Street in, for example, because we had already talked, last time the staff had proposed Mill Street, and we added in at least a portion of Central Street, and I know there's some interest in adding the rest of Central Street plus Bridge Street, that maybe Bridge Street goes away. That goes away absent some other council action at the next review. And then the north part of Central goes away. So the permit doesn't expire. You still have the ability to park on the street, but the impact on the footprint of the neighborhood and its accessibility to the broader public and to visitors does diminish over time. And so I think placing some semi-automatic things inside that review will make it easier for us, certainly, but also be more transparent to the public that you shouldn't, please don't go out and buy a fifth car like we've experienced in the neighborhood. Don't buy yet another car on the expectation that this regime is going to be around forever. We're not in a rush to eliminate it because of, the conversations that we have had with the developers and with the homeowners and the renters in the neighborhood. We're not in a hurry to wipe it out tomorrow at all. Because we want to support the kinds of objectives that all the members of the council have already said. but that it's not the permanent condition. And so, I'm worried about streetcar being the principal or the sole indicator, because we don't know the timing of it itself, but also because if everyone in the district does what some of my neighbors have been doing, which is filling up their garage with other stuff, installing permanent equipment in their garage, buying a third car for two people, no matter what the transit access looks like in 2021 or 2022, you won't shift those folks from a car-based transportation into transit or some other form. So I think the annual review is a great suggestion to replace what we did last time, but we should, and we don't have to do it tonight, because the next annual review is not going to be next week. I pray to God. We've done enough time on this. But that we would set aside another time, another council meeting, some other point to talk through what are the triggers, the semiotic triggers, and the criteria that we would use in those future reviews in order to make that determination. I also agree with the suggestion that Mr. Ledesma made around administration. However, the only thing I would say, though, however, is that does imply a criterion to me, because if in a year from now what you were to find is that the owners of the private parking, the Habitat garages, for example, were selling spaces in those garages to folks that were not Habitat residents at a premium, while receiving essentially taxpayer-subsidized permits at the level of 45, that's a problem, right? So I totally agree that on an individual transactional basis, that what Mr. Ledesma said is exactly right, that simplicity in administration makes a lot of sense, but we should be paying attention, that, if we're issuing essentially a public voucher for an on-street parking space, and you turn around and then sell the private space that you already have for $150 to somebody that not living in the unit that you're selling, that is a problem. So we need to make sure we don't get, over time, that the system doesn't get gamed. But that can be part of the review as opposed to being part of the daily transactional work that's happening inside City Hall, for sure.
Can I respond to that?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I would agree, and I think getting past, you said, the transactional portion of how we issue the permit or how it's issued, by no means am I implying, my suggestion imply what the intent of the policy is that if you're a private developer, you're developing private parking spaces that are intended use by those who are residing in those units. That's what it's there for. They're selling that offsite. That is gaming the system, and that we do need to find some administrative way, annual review, or whatever, how to manage that, because that is not the intent. And to boot, because that's my point. If you have 45 permits, you're not getting more because you're gaming the system, because that would be an indicator for me. We need more permits. No, you're not getting them. And if you're residents, that's on them. Or you're going to hear from the residents before they hear the developer that they're not getting access to those spaces. So yeah. I agree with you 100%.
Makes sense. Then the suggestion that Mr. Johannesson made about both the pricing and the tiering, and they're related but separate issues. And on the pricing one, I do have a concern about the lot, because if we don't recover the costs associated with the lot, then it doesn't just come for free. It means that in some other part of the city's money is paying for that lot, right? So that if we're not charging the appropriate fees in order to pay for the construction of the parking lot, then it's the general fund, I'd imagine, that is covering that cost, and that is therefore a cost that's being borne by the single mom in Bright. It's being borne by the apartment folks who are living in an apartment in Southport. That's not appropriate for that facility. And so while I'm not obsessing about the penny, the policy, for me, the policy ought to be that the lot that is there to serve that area be paid for by that area in that particular instance. So I just want to, I don't want to just say cost doesn't matter. We should just focus on what is the price that folks want to pay. But instead, we have to find something that works on both in both dimensions. The tiering I wanted to follow up on, because the notion that the lot would be at one level and the on-street permit would be a higher price but still less than what the private garage would cost, I think there's a lot to recommend in that approach. I'm just curious, the issue had been, is that legally defensible in terms of the nexus issues with respect to the parking rate and the on-street parking?
I've looked at it. The law is a little unclear. We're operating, to set the stage, the state has made it clear that city streets, even city streets, are a statewide resource, and the state has preempted the city's control of parking, of curb marking, of parking rates, except to the extent that it has allowed local jurisdictions to operate. State law does permit the city to set parking rates, metered rates in particular, and does allow you to set them based on criteria you establish. So, and there's no case law so far as I can tell on this. So I think a rate that is set for metered use, which is supported by an analysis, some explanation of the public policy purposes that are served by the rate. I think you could have a parking rate and you could have a different rate for residents using on-street parking. And it wouldn't have to be the same rate as the parking lot rate. Because remember that the parking lot is a completely different situation. That is city-owned land that is being leased in essence. There's very little rules on how you set parking lot rates. Basically, the state has said it's not a property-related fee or charge. It is a charge for the use of city property. So the kind of analysis that's in the staff report, costs of actually operating it, depreciation of the expenses put into it, those are perfectly appropriate considerations. It's in your discretion to decide how much all or something less than all of those costs go into the parking lot. So I think we can separate the two. You don't have to charge the same thing for the lot as you do for on-street parking. And I think you have discretion on the on-street parking, so long as you can articulate the public policy goals that are being served by the rate that you set for on-street parking.
Okay. I understood this, so there was the legal question and then the implementation question, and maybe ask the city manager to weigh in, because I know you had some thoughts about the implementation issues associated with that kind of tiering.
Well, I am concerned about the implementation, given this is our first venture into paid parking. We have set up a on-street parking at some level for the Habitat residents. Are we, I guess my question is, on top of allocating spaces for those Habitat residents, are we also charging them more? So they would have, our proposal was that they would buy a monthly permit for the lot, but for those up to 45 or 30 as currently proposed, would also have the ability to park on the street. Are we talking about more street parking than the 45? So we would limit it to 40?
We talk about the 40.
Or the 30 as
if we talk
currently
about the
proposed.
30 or the 45, but where the parking lot rate would, just for thought exercise purposes, would be $30, and the rate for the on-street permit that includes the parking lot would be $50, and then well, that's it, right?
Yeah, I just don't know how we would guarantee a right, in the event of a major event at Drake's or Rayleigh Field, elsewhere on the riverfront, that person who pays a higher rate, we can guarantee them space in the lot because we're going to control that to the monthly permits. The current proposal would be that you would buy a monthly permit, but for those up to 45 would also have access to park on the street. In the event that they don't have the access to park in the street, they would park in the lot. But now that resident's going to make a case that I paid a higher amount. Where's my guaranteed right to park on the street? And I don't know how we would control that. So if I'm going to pay a premium, then I would expect city staff to provide me access to a space during that major event. And do we go out and cone areas off for 45 residents? I would say no. I think we're setting ourselves up for a very difficult time to implement. You get, because we allowed Habitat to underpark, we give them street permission to park on the street when it's available. If not, we've guaranteed them a space in the lot. I'm just very concerned about implementation. Unless you want us out there coning off spots on major events.
No, I think the option of having us guarantee parking, on-street parking for a permit holder of any type, whether or not they have access to the parking lot, that is, no one's proposing such a thing, absolutely not. I mean, we're not, it's a hunting permit, on the street, and you choose, at your own, if you choose to pay for that permit as opposed to the lot permit, you pay your money and you take your chances. And most of the time you will have it, but I mean, 'cause if you're doing that because you want to be able to park most days in front of your, nearby your Habitat apartment, it's probably still a good proposition for you, even if you are not able to access it during barn event or whatever.
Exactly. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem
Yeah,
Johansson?
I think that's right, and, I think it's really, if space is available, you've got the right to park on the street. Sacramento's doing this, so it shouldn't be that, the implementation, I don't know.
Well, Sacramento's got a lot of experience at parking. We have zero. So I would encourage us to keep it simple and move forward, and then if we're going to do an annual review, which is a great idea, we could tweak it then. I don't think we're ready to be Sacramento in terms of implementation. Wish we were, we just don't have the staff for it.
Yeah, I think on the issue of the people gaming the system, I think that's just really a question of matching licenses with permit numbers. So that, and, certainly the property owners can provide that to the city. So you're not having, so you at least have that match, and that'd be a pretty quick way to do it. On the cost recovery, it's, I guess we discussed this last time, it's really a question of the amortization period. Obviously, if you try to amortize a parking lot over 5 years, it's going to be tough. But if you amortize it over 25 years, it may not be so tough. So I don't know if we've really seen the numbers yet on the different rates on how this can be, and what the shortfall would be like in year 24. If we do, there could be some makeup there by that time. There's going to be development. There's going to be more property taxes coming in. So it's almost like you're investing. You may not be able to pay off the full cost over 20 years or 25 years, but the economic development thing, you have to consider that value as well.
Yeah, and if I could, council member, the 15-year amortization was what, the engineer told us the useful life of the parking lot improvements would be, and it was a metric that we used to amortize costs. Over time, I think what the mayor said is true, is, if you don't get the full return on what you're investing in an asset, there's a potential it could have an impact on the general fund, or that you could have something that's not maintained well. And we're always looking forward to, this is a parking district that's going to grow, and we're going to move on to the next facility. And so the intent is you want all the facilities to kind of pay for themselves over time, because next is going to come up a structured parking garage, and that may be bond funded, or, you want all your assets to be supporting both O&M and capital, amortized capital costs. But by delaying this a year, I could assure you that there's nothing magical that's going to happen in terms of something not being done, or an economic impact or deficit that we could identify right now. But it's a metric that we use to kind of guide us at this point.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and, extending the life from 15 to 20 years, even though the engineers say it's 15 years, the extra 5 years to extend the life for 5 years could be just a resurfacing, so there's a cost attached to that. But by extending it another 25% or whatever the life, you have the ability to either scale early parking a little easier, or reduce it throughout the period at a lesser amount, right?
Correct. That's correct, yeah.
All right, well, did you?
I have another unrelated question.
Oh, okay, I was going to try to summarize a proposal, but okay, go, Councilmember Sandin.
Sorry, will our normal, and I'm guessing the answer is yes, but will our normal kind of parking rules overlay this area? So if someone had a parking permit, could they just leave their car there for a month in the same space, which would be like you would put in your garage? So I just don't know. It just came to me, and I didn't see it anywhere in the document.
The residential permit program will expire June 30th this year, and would not be renewed. And the idea would be that, again, the monthly parking zone is for folks who purchase a space in the lot only, and there would be no continuation of the residential permit program.
But in terms of, because if you're in a neighborhood anywhere in West Sac, no, you can't have a vehicle in one's location longer than 72 hours. But if you bought a permit and you didn't have a garage space, but you treated it as your garage, which you can go to on a trip and leave your car in your garage for 20 days. So what would happen, I'm just thinking about, would that be allowed in the parking lot, for example, but not on the street? Because it
Yeah.
seems like if we are allowing folks to have permits kind of overnight, they might want to leave their vehicle there for longer.
I'm going to let Chris take a shot at
Thanks.
this one. Thank you.
Good evening. During the last couple of years, since we've not had a off-street asset at our disposal like we will shortly, I think we have not applied that 72-hour rule to the residential parking area in these areas. We think through probably education to the permit holders that if they're going to be gone for a longer period of time, and they don't have a habitat, like an underground space, to use the off-street lot would be a far more appropriate place to store for a week or two or you're traveling than on the street.
Well, why not just apply the 72-hour rule?
We could do that.
I mean, rather than workshops and education, I mean, why don't we make the same law apply that applies everywhere else in the city? So you don't have that.
We could do
It's
that.
not like we hope that you will park in the lot. No, you're going to have to, just like anybody else would.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a good point. All right. Well, we've heard a bunch, so I don't know if there's other comments at this point. I was going to try to summarize at least most of what I thought we just said. First was increasing, so the staff report, but increasing the number of permits in the zone to 45 for the habitat number that we had discussed previously. Second was allocating those permits to the properties, to the managers, rather than having the individual permits issued based on our review of their ability to find a space in the garage, as Mr. Ledesma said. Third was making the zone subject to annual review by the city council. Not the whole resolution, I do want to be clear, that not this entire resolution, because we don't want to come back, we don't want to have on our agenda automatically every year, every single provision of this again. But the zone itself was the point, I think, that around, we could, at any point at the council's discretion, we could still take it up, but rather than have it come up every single year as in total, but make the zone subject to annual review. And I would just say for the purpose of the transition to a non-on-street parking, system at some point in the future. The daily rate of $10 that staff had proposed this evening as well. And then I think the last issue was the tiering. The rates themselves, I think, but the tiering, we didn't reach I don't know that we reached a final conclusion.
I don't think we did.
After what the city manager's impassioned defense of simplicity. Or the rates themselves, but just so maybe those are the last two items that we want to draw the council's conversation towards.
Mayor, I just need to correct one thing from my presentation earlier. I just wanted to point out that in your staff report, we just have the tiered rate of the 30, 50, 60. While we discussed the higher rate, that was not included in the final version of your staff report. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay.
So if I can, get on the tiered rates, well, a couple of things. We have what the rates would be, and then the idea of the on-street versus off-street parking. I want to make sure I was clear on the concept that, because I'm kind of walked away with that not quite clear. So can we take that one up first?
The second one?
The second one, yes, on the on-street versus off-street. In my mind, and in this harkens to what you had alluded to in your opening remarks, and I did back on March 5th. To me, the idea, the policy point we're making is the public on-street parking is, in my mind, should be, for lack of a better term, a priority in terms of being available for public use, for visiting the Mill Street Pier, the barn, all the public amenities, the riverfront. That's the goal, at least I have in my mind. And so if that is the policy point we leverage to be able to say that parking should be at a higher premium, because it is. When people drive to the barn for a farmer's market, or they drive to the Mill Street Pier to go fishing, whatever they do, that's where we want them to be able to have access. So I think that rate should be that should be able to justify any rate that we set, because it furthers our policy goal of making sure there's plenty of public parking for 90 minutes, or whatever our current time frame is, to be able to utilize the space and visit and either the restaurants, the coffee shops, or the amenities in the neighborhood, and even the garden park. I'm kind of forgetting garden park. So I want to make sure would that satisfy sort of what you're articulating? Because I was really fuzzy on kind of what the drawing, what you were concluding that the state has.
Setting aside, I'll leave to the city manager the practical issue. From the legal perspective, that is the sort of thing we're looking for to articulate why you would be setting a rate for on-street parking for residents that would be different than, for example, the parking lot rate.
Right. So thank you, because I want to make sure I understood that correctly. And then the other point regarding on-street parking, which is the pragmatic implementation piece, I don't know where the notion of that there was a guaranteed space available to you on-street if you bought that permit, because I'm not sure that exists in Sacramento. And it's just something I'm sitting here, I was just fumbling with papers on when do we, I'm not setting that I don't have that expectation. I don't want residents to think they have that expectation. I think and I said this back on the 5th, the hard part about the policy we're drawing is the fact that we're trying to implement policies and rules around parking when there's urban standards, that when it's not really quite at the densities and the commercial space. In other words, it's empty lots, empty spaces, so it's not full. And so part of the trick here is to make sure it's available for the next development. So again, I don't, the expectation that you're gonna probably, the next year, maybe 2, you're probably gonna find an empty spot on the street pretty easily, except on event days. And as time goes on, it's gonna be harder to do, just because that's a good sign, because that means we're successful at programming the barn, we're successful at, doing things at the Mill Street Pier or Garden Park, or this new development coming, which means there's probably more businesses coming, and we want those spaces to be full for residents going to the coffee shop, the dry cleaner, whatever is going to be there. So I'm kind of, I think that's the point you were making to residents, that will diminish without us taking any additional action over time, as your availability to get on-street parking. But that's just a sign of success that we're programming it. So I'm not afraid of that, and I don't think residents should be actually looking forward to that, because that means the neighborhood's like thriving.
Yeah, I mean, it is a higher value permit to have, to be able to, if you can park in the lot or on the street, and notwithstanding the meter, that is a greater value to an individual than only the ability to park in the lot. So, I mean, and it's also highly constrained. The number of those permits, even at 45, is much more constrained relative to the amount of permits that could be issued for the lot as a whole. So in both the supply and demand context, and in terms of what the actual value of that permit it is different. So my own personal, economist policy, view is that approach makes sense. That if it was a $30 rate in year 1 for the lot, then a $60 rate for the on-street and is not an unreasonable thing, which is still half as much as the covered parking, or just about, in those areas. If it's legal and implementable, it seems that it's attractive as a policy approach in a lot of ways, but I don't want the city manager to quit, but because I know this has been complicated, so to put together and to implement. So. Other thoughts on that, on this particular question? I see nodding for that kind of approach, but. Yeah. All right, how about the pricing numbers themselves? Then I think that was the last. I mean, I just said 30/60, but just pulling that out of the air. And then other documents. Yep,
Yeah, I would like to see maybe a projection of what this does to the cost recovery. I mean, we can always adjust, we can set a number and then come back. maybe look at this maybe 6 months as an adjustment of the price of those permits. Maybe wait for a year review, but I don't think a lot's going to happen between now and a year. But at least, we'll have time to kind of see, the use of these permits, how many permits are coming in, what it looks like in terms of cost recovery. But it looks like we're going to need to extend the amortization period. We'll have a little more information as we move forward. I would imagine those permits are going to be bought by whoever's in these developments. We're not probably going to have, if we have 45 permits for this one project, I imagine all 45 are going to be gone. And so to set that level high enough where, it can maybe offset the lower amount for the lot. But I don't really have any projections to see what that does in terms of cost recovery and, how many years it does push it off. If we, have this lower rate for 3 years, does that extend the payoff so year 18? And under the current scenario, are we paying it off in 15 anyway? I think that's what the staff report basically said with the rates that the staff is proposing. It's a 15-year amortization. At the end of that time, it's paid off. We got an O&M that we're covering. So, if we do have a period of slack at the beginning, is that really 3 years at the front? Does that really mean 3 years at the end? So I don't have that information. We don't need to decide it now, but we can certainly maybe set up at least some stratification of the permitting price to set the expectation that's going to be different.
I guess my only concern is on many issues, it sounds and is right to want to leave a lot of ambiguity and keep coming back at it. This issue, I know just for me personally and for Mr. Doherty and for Mr. Tuttle and for many others, it's become a full-time job. And it will always be because of the inherent messiness of this issue. And so I feel sometimes like we're kicking the can down the road in the hopes that we'll get better answers later when we will still have to make the difficult choices. And it's I think we've also heard from a lot of folks in the neighborhood that it's just fatiguing for them too. Just decide what you're going to do. And so, if we could, have some clarity about what that framework, we can still come back and change it. But I guess the always saying, let's learn, bring back another staff report on this in another month or so, or is just both for our staff and for residents in the neighborhood who are trying to adapt to whatever the system is. It creates a lot of work and tension. So the notion of a 30, I feel like since $30 is half of what the staff had originally projected, I think, as being in the domain of cost recovery, that if we started there, we would need to have a ramp that was set forth and was going to get at least to even if it gets to that level in 2 or 3 years, you've still lost a lot of ground in terms of that cost recovery. But if we did $5 a year, it kind of seems like it's a long time till you get to 60, and it's way too long before you get to a point where you could recover. You'd have to go way over 60 in order to make up those years, unless you did some amortization magic and other stuff. But if we did the 30 now, and then went to 40 or 50 on it next year, and then another 10 or 15 the year after that, so we're at least getting in the ballpark relatively soon. While clearly telegraphing to residents, if you want to have a car, you can, but it's going to cost at some point. So it's a good time to start looking at alternatives if these price points are excessive. In recognizing what we said last time was that rents in Habitat, as an example, are at least $200 less than they would have been if we had not authorized underparking. Right, so it's in terms of the overall cost of living in Habitat, the reason why even $60 compared to $200 of additional rent if we had insisted that the developer provide full parking. There's a huge amount of benefit that's occurring today as well, and that's why this notion of having taxpayers citywide subsidize the parking lot seems to me unfair. In some larger dimension. So I could support a 30, 50, 60, timetable over 3 years as a way to get there. I still think for this year, it provides a much lower rate while still signaling we have to get to a point where it's going to get closer to cost recovery.
I'm generally agreeing. I'm just leery of trying to, to your point, we have this debate all the time about how we deal with infrastructure and projects like this, and we did the taxpayers did, or the lot that's there, we just have to make sure we're recovering the cost of it. I mean, it's a basic concept, and I'm not willing to sort of delay that out too long. So your suggestion of kind of having that 30, is it 34?
I'd suggested 30, 50, 60, but it's not religious to me, so.
Yeah, starting at 30, I think we're all shaking our head, that's probably okay with, but.
So what if we did the 30, what if we did 30, 40, 60, or 30, 40, 50, 60, whatever, and also did could you keep him busy for a second? And also did the higher rate for the on-street supplement?
Yes.
Which will escalate as well?
Yeah, which would escalate as well, so they'd be running together to at least cap, and that's not a huge amount of revenue, but it at least sends the right market signals and would offset a little bit of the fact that we're undercharging.
Yeah. So hopefully staff caught that.
Okay. All right, so if we did, then that would be the full set of, if we did the staff recommendation plus the changes that we've just outlined, that we reviewed a moment ago, plus the two that we just discussed with respect to the pricing and the price tiering as well. Is there anything else on this item? Further discussion?
I did want to bring up one point, and I think we're, not to belabor this whole concept, because we're so focused on the parking plan, and you brought up the choices and what's the concept of what we've underparked it, and this, we are dependent, and we need the streetcar to be functioning to make this plan work. But at least on the March 5th meeting, we talked about other transit uses. And the imperative on us as a council and our roles, at least my role at the transit district, we have to start moving quickly on other transit options. Because it can't, if we're just sitting here focused only on parking, then it becomes that self-fulfilling prophecy. Then we're going to get right back into it. Only discussion on parking and forget about other ways to get around. And streetcar faces, I'm still positive we're going to get it, but we have some challenges around it now. There's no doubt about that with the current federal administration and the budget that came out. So, but I'm positive we're going to have good representation in Washington to kind of get that hurdle. But we have an agenda item later this evening around the transit option and bike share. I had a meeting last week with staff and the transit district around. I think we'll get an update on the 19th, I believe, right? About how we need to make changes in our transit system so people can move more easily without getting back in their car. That's the key issue. So I kind of overlay that on top of this discussion for all of us, that this isn't simply, let's find ways to park and because it's in context of all the other things we're trying to do. So I just wanted to add that piece because we kind of missed that. And I know that there was some discussion at the last meeting around the triggering point of, we got to wait for the streetcar. No, we got to go do everything else and the streetcar. And that's the only way this whole system works in the Bridge District, so.
Agreed. I would also just add, the staff report said this again, we're just experiencing the language and communication issues, I think, between two departments. When the community development director exercises her authority to authorize a different parking ratio for a project based on the standards that are in the zoning code, that in no way allocates off-street parking spaces owned by the city. So the staff report refers again to that we allocated spaces to Rivermark, for example. We allocated not a single space to Rivermark. What the community development director's determination that she makes is that parking exists, or that a lot exists, or that transit exists. It in no way creates any legal or city obligation to provide that or exclusively provide it to that particular unit. I think sometimes we have the language that we've used both at the staff and council over the last couple of years have mixed those two up. But the zoning code has nothing to do with the assignment of spaces on the streets. So, all right, Mr. Blumberg, did you have another clarification or?
I did. Thank you, Mayor. What staff was going to suggest as an action tonight is that the only action you take is a first reading of the ordinance with the changes that you've outlined, and I'll quickly summarize, and that since we have to come back anyway with a second reading of the ordinance, that you would put off approval of the resolutions 1713 and 1720 until that time, and then we would update the resolutions to incorporate the intent of what you were discussing tonight. So the changes to the ordinance would be adding the $10 daily rate. It would clarify the purpose of the visitors, the resident visitor rate. Previously, there wasn't a description of that. And then we'd eliminate the criteria for establishing the monthly parking zone in the ordinance in favor of deferring that criteria to an implementing resolution. So the ordinance would incorporate those changes. You do a first reading of it tonight, and then we would conduct a first reading, and then we come back with the resolutions on the 19th.
Is it possible for that to be on consent then?
There's no reason it couldn't be on consent. That's correct.
Right.
Typically, we do bring back second reading of ordinances on consent, and the resolutions, there's no requirement.
I think so if you
the
close the
hearing.
public hearing. So
Okay.
if we don't continue the public hearing, we simply bring it back for action. I think it can all go on consent.
All right. All right. I mean, we talked about that at the last meeting, I mean, for the purpose of both for staff and for council and for members of the community that feel like it's still up in the air and they should come to yet their 17th meeting on this, if having it as a consensus item. Doesn't mean it can't be changed, if there's something comes up, but at least it's an expression that this is a settled matter for the moment, so.
But Mayor, if I could, just one question about the recommendation as we were talking about the transition rate for the monthly parking. What I have in my notes was it would be over 4 years, so it would go 30, 40, 50, 60, if that's correct. And then I was a little unclear on whether the Habitat 45 spaces would have a differential price structure, or would it mimic the monthly spots?
It would have a differential price. It would have that same structure, but it would be a higher rate.
Does the council have a preference of what the higher rate would be, so that we could incorporate it into the
Yeah, I do think that's
resolution?
important because the ordinance is the ordinance that sets the parking meter rates, and by statute, parking meter rates have to be set by ordinance. So if we're going to say that on-street parking for residents is at a rate different than the monthly charge for parking then we should, you could articulate it as it's the monthly charge for the parking lot plus $10 or plus 5%, or, however you want to do it. But it'd be better to incorporate that
Right.
into the ordinance itself.
Would the council be supportive of just simplify a $20 supplement, so it would still have the same schedule, lighter schedule that you described, but a $20 supplement?
Yeah, $10 a year, $10 a year escalation, so we'd start at 50 and then 10, 10, 10, 10.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so you've asked us to take no action tonight?
Just finish
To
the.
to
just
close
do
the public
first
hearing.
You've closed the hearing.
The first
Close
reading would
the public hearing.
incorporate, if I understand
70,
correctly,
and it would end at
the
80 over 4 years.
the 4-year increase from 30 to 60 for the parking lot, and then the same phasing in, but with a $10.
No, a $20
$20
supplement for the
supplement,
on-street,
okay.
but it would go up the total would go up by $10 a year because of the
Understood.
escalator that we just described. Okay.
So not to belabor this, but because this is the first reading, and we want to make sure that what comes to second reading is the exact text. If you would bear with me, I would read the changes to the ordinance.
Yes, all right.
Okay, so the first change to the ordinance on the first page, we would add a section, daily rate, and all this reflects what's in the staff report. In recognition that guests, employees, and other patrons of the Bridge District may need short-term daily parking meters in the city of West Sacramento owned or managed parking lots shall be programmed with the capability to charge a daily rate. The daily rate will be $10 for up to 10 hours per day, except for when the special event rate is in effect, see below, in which case the special event rate shall apply. And then the section that's currently labeled visitor rate would be changed to resident visitor rate, and it would read, in recognition that residents of the Bridge District may have the need for short-term parking for contractors and other service providers, parking meters in the city of West Sacramento owned and managed parking lots should be programmed with the capability to charge a residential visitor rate for visitors to Bridge District residents. The resident visitor rate will be $5 for up to 10 hours per day, except for when the special event rate is in effect, see below, in which case the special event rate shall apply. This resident visitor rate shall only be available for each residential dwelling in the Bridge District for up to 2 times per month, and only for vehicles parking in a City of West Sacramento owned or managed parking lot. The city manager may adopt an administrative policy as needed to implement the resident visitor program. And then on the third page, in the section on monthly parking zones, we would add a sentence at the end of the first paragraph to read, "The resolution establishing the zone may specify more restrictive eligibility criteria." We would strike the second paragraph under monthly parking zones. And in this one, I think we'll bring it back to you, but we will incorporate the idea that on-street resident, individuals holding on-street resident parking privileges will pay $20 per month surcharge on the monthly parking rate that would otherwise apply for the parking lot. I think we can capture that one.
All right, that sounds like, in total, a motion that we will be taking up then at the next meeting. All right?
If we could, in the packet, we've got a May 19th start. We would start this July 1.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so no, we don't need any action this evening?
No, your first reading is of as amended, and then we will bring back second reading and the 2 resolutions on consent.
Okay, Mr. Ledesma.
I have a question, thank you. There was some discussion at the last council meeting about the actual parking zone itself, what streets it's including. So I'm unclear, because it says include Central, to include Central in addition to Mill Street, and I'm just trying to get clarity. I know there was some discussion around what that would be. Are we expanding? Can you cover that?
Yeah, we've had a request to apply to all the streets in that particular area except for Garden and Riverfront, which I'm personally okay with, as long as that's that is a triggered decline, because Bridge Street and Central they're not primarily serving those residences. They should go away fairly quickly over time, but to add those 2 additional streets to the original plan. So.
And we would do that by resolution.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just want to be clear. Okay, I'm good.
All right, very good, thank you. Item 9 then is public hearing and consideration of Resolution 17-25, approving the Nexus Study Supplemental Environmental Impact Report, adopting the voluntary I-5 Sub-Regional Corridor Mitigation Program, and amending the Book of City Fees to include the voluntary I-5 Sub-Regional Corridor Mitigation Program. Mr. Ambia?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. As you may recall, staff have been, for the past few years, working collaboratively with Caltrans and City of Sacramento and City of Elk Grove on this voluntary I-5 sub-regional mitigation fee program. Staff is ready to make some final recommendations to the council tonight. But before that, we have, here with us, we have Mr. Marlon Flournoy from Caltrans. He is the Deputy Director for Planning and Local Assistance out of District 3 in Caltrans. He would like to make some introductory remarks before we go to the staff report. After Marlon, our newest member of our engineering team, Jesse Kotkar, will make the staff presentation, and this will be his first presentation to the council. Thank you. Marlon?
Hazing.
Hazing, no hazing.
Welcome.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you. I just want to thank council for considering this important item today, and that's adopting the voluntary sub-regional corridor mitigation program. This has been a collaborative relationship for the past 10 years with SACOG, City of Sacramento, City of West Sacramento, and City of Elk Grove. And we've worked hand in hand in order to get this effort to this point. And just recently, 2015, SACOG adopted the environmental document for the process. And we also wrapped up in 2016 the Nexus study that justifies the program and really lays out all the details in terms of the fee structures. And it's interesting to point out that City of Sacramento, they adopted the fee program April 5th last year. So hopefully that's a good thing that you guys will considering the fee program. Couple of benefits that the program has. It supports smart growth principles. It reduces VMT, particularly on the state highway system. And also it addresses traffic impacts as it relates to new development on the state highway system. And as part of local development review, Caltrans provides comments on development. And I think this program is going to provide a benefit to the city and your development community. In particular, it's going to, I think, provide some certainty in terms of when we review local development and its impact on the state highway system. There's a structure that's already set up, and I think it streamlines the process. And so we're very supportive of this effort, and we hope that you guys decide to adopt the fee program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. As previously stated, I'm here to give a presentation on the I-5 Subregional Corridor Mitigation Program. The presentation will go over the background of the program, what the program does, what development projects and developers will be impacted by the program's fees, projects to be partially funded by the fees, and who controls those funds, and go over a staff recommendation. A little background on the program. It really starts back in 2000 when the California Department of Transportation started receiving reduced funds from state and federal sources and really started making comments on environmental documents for developers and so forth. And in 2007, SACOG, the City of West Sacramento, Sacramento, Elk Grove, and Caltrans got together to develop a program or a plan to address impacts to the state highway system from development. However, that discussion was tabled because of the recession that subsequently followed. The program was then picked up in 2014 in the form of a memorandum that was brought to council. In that memorandum, it stated that the cities, as well as SACOG and Caltrans, would proceed with the development of the program, and furthermore, entered into a cost-sharing agreement to fund the Nexus study, as well as a supplemental EIR for that program. And as previously stated, the City of Sacramento has adopted the program back in April of 2016. The City of Elk Grove is expected to bring this before their city council in the coming months. And as part of bringing this to council today, the City of West Sacramento staff conducted public outreach. We directly notified developers of this program that we were having a public meeting. We received several comments, all in the nature of positive or just asking for further explanation of the program. So what does the program do? It defines a set of feasible projects that have a nexus to the state highway mainline segments analyzed within the program area. And so basically what that means is the projects would help to mitigate the effects of development on the mainline freeway systems. And it also creates a simple way for developers to see what their fair share cost would be to mitigate the effects of their development on the mainline segments. And most importantly, it establishes agreement with Caltrans that payment of the fee would adequately mitigate those effects. So what projects would be affected? Projects that exceed the exceeded threshold of significance of 100 peak hour trips and are not exempt from CEQA would be included in this project. So for example, that would mean about 100 single-family detached homes would create about 100 peak hour trips. Also projects that fall within a specific plan or master plan document area would be required to, that are required to perform traffic mitigation. And once they are involved in the program, they have the option to either pay the fee or perform a traffic study per Caltrans guidelines and then essentially negotiate with stakeholders to determine what adequate mitigation would be.
Can I ask you about this before you move on from this slide, which is, so these are independent criteria? So just an example, so if there is a development project in a specific plan area, for example, the Washington, so one of our historic neighborhoods, there's a development project there that isn't, is not subject to CEQA, or is exempt from CEQA, because it's in a specific plan area and it has to mitigate for a local road, it would be subject to this fee?
I'm going to get some help on that.
Hi, Jason McCoy, City of West Sacramento Public Works. This relates to some of the development projects that are currently in the pipeline. For instance, the Bridge District, in their development agreements, agreed to participate in the I-5 mitigation program as part of their approval. If there is a project that's in a transit priority area, say for instance in the Washington District, some projects would be exempt from CEQA simply because they're meeting those requirements to be in that area. Other projects wouldn't necessarily be required to participate if they don't hit that threshold of 100 peak hour vehicle trips. If there is an EIR that's being prepared by the City of West Sacramento for something like a specific plan or a master plan, that would be the prerogative of the city to require at that point that if a developer is to be in that specific plan or master plan, that they participate in the fee program. So it's voluntary, with the exception of the fact that if the city itself is preparing an EIR and that EIR is subject to CEQA, the city would want to see that their responsibility to ensure that projects are adequately mitigated for, if they wanted to do that, they would actually require a developer to participate, or may require. It would be entirely up to that community development, for instance, in reviewing this EIR.
But if there's a project that is in a specific plan area but is not subject to CEQA, and the point of this from a project perspective is similar to the habitat conservation approach, to just pay your fee and not have to deal with mitigating the mitigation that you would have had to have done through the CEQA process on behalf of Caltrans. But if you're not subject to CEQA in the first place, then why would we have this specific plan language in here?
It wouldn't, so it is prerogative of the city. It's not that if you're in a specific plan area, you will be required. If you're in a transit priority area, it wouldn't behoove the city to require someone to actually pay a fee that they wouldn't otherwise be required to pay. So the city would not at that point say, yes, you're going to have to pay into this fee, even though you're not required to do so if you're acting independently.
And who decides that then, when you say the city?
That would be a community development department. If an applicant comes in with a development project, that would be the prerogative of the community development department at that point. What we're going to have in this voluntary fee program is in our system, in Acela, for instance, that's the system that we're using when an applicant comes in, you put the information into the computer, something's going to pop up that says, hey, this area is subject to the I-5, voluntary I-5 mitigation program. At that point, if they are not hitting the peak hour trips or they're in a transit priority area, then we would say, oh, well, this is exempt from having to pay those fees. If it happens to be in a master plan or specific plan area, that's going to have to be something that is going to be reviewed by the Community Development Department to see if there is an impact, and there may be exemptions within that area. It's something to be worked out.
And are we doing that all just because we can? I mean, so if you're a development project not in a specific, if you're exactly the same development project in a specific plan area versus that same development project not in a specific plan area, what is the criteria by which the Community Development Department would say, hey, we want to? I mean, why would we have this provision that would just for those projects require the payment of an additional fee, especially because the specific plan, generally the areas we have specific plans in are in areas that we particularly want to direct development. And so we would say it's going to be more expensive to do your project in the Washington neighborhood. Right. So I'm curious why we would do that. But then second, why we would essentially defer to the director or whoever's working the counter that day to decide whether or not a fee of this magnitude is being imposed on a project on a purely discretionary basis inside a specific plan area.
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask a question. I think, Jason, that second bullet is to cover maybe two situations. One, like the situation we have in the Bridge District, where there are a couple of projects that have agreed in advance that they would be subject. The other is that when the council is considering the adoption of a specific plan, the council could decide at that time to make a requirement of the specific plan that projects comply with this mitigation program. But it would be the council's decision to put that into the specific plan.
Thank you. I think I was going to go where I think the mayor's, I think there needs to be some criteria that is established around this area. I mean, I'm watching Charlene hide under the chair back there about having this discretionary power, and I don't want this to be a voluntary program where you're volunteered because of some discretionary program. But there are reasons I could foresee that we would, if a project is brought to us, that we should have some criteria laid out that we've established up front that would then guide us, and that you even made that recommendation to us that it should be part of this program. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that criteria is. I'm not going to sit here and try to articulate it, but I can think of a couple of scenarios where that might take place, where it's not meeting the needs of it's generating the peak hour, the peak trips. It's going counterintuitive to what we're trying to drive in terms of transit-oriented development or smart, whatever. I don't want. I just want us to be able to say there was a framework to it led a recommendation. If you say it's coming back to us that we approve a specific plan, then I want to know that the criteria, the framework for that bring that to us is consistently applied. That's all.
I think Mr. Mitchell is understanding my rambling a little bit here.
No, he said something totally different. And if it is what he said, if it's the way the city attorney described it, I don't have an issue. I think how we approach it in the future in terms of criteria, Mr. Ledesma is exactly right. But it's just the notion that this would be applied in in a discretionary way at the staff level is problematic. So
what this is attempting to capture is cumulative impacts. You look at an individual project, and an individual project may not have exceeded the peak hour threshold. Right. But then you add 5 or 6 more that don't trigger that peak hour threshold, and add another 10. Pretty soon, your cumulative impact, which must be addressed under CEQA, now exceeds what the individual threshold would be.
Right. The problem, though, there's a bunch of them, but the problem with having that determined at the Community Development Department is you don't know that, right? So you buy your property, you do your pro forma, you go talk to your lenders, and then you come into Community Development to execute. Hey, guess what? You were the 4th one, and now the cumulative impacts of this is going to trigger this entirely new fee. It needs to be, if we think at the specific plan level that fee is appropriate, we need to decide that in the plan, which is why the city attorney's conception of that is the right one. But it cannot happen just on a discretionary basis at the counter where you're finding out for the first time when you've already started a project that there's this whole other fee that you hadn't planned on. I think for me that was the concern. But the way the city attorneys describe it, I think makes that works. So sorry for the long interruption. Oh, sorry, the longer interruption. Ms.
Yeah, I have
Sandin.
another one. I'm just curious because it's been mentioned that Sacramento adopted this last year. What's their implementation? How are they doing this?
We agreed as part of this program that we would be implementing this collectively in the same way. So much of the work that has been done in their approval, this is now being carried over for us, and then will be carried over to the city of Elk Grove.
So they would be approaching in the same way, in a totality, not in a patchwork.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. If I could pass it back over to Jesse to continue.
It's your first meeting.
All right. Just to pick up where I left off, we're moving on to what the program fees are. If you refer to attachment G within your staff reports, it lays out the same table that you see up on the slide of the fees within the city of Sacramento, or city of West Sacramento. The city of West Sacramento falls within two districts of the program. Fee District 1 would include Bridge District, Washington, and Pioneer Bluff, where Fee District 2 would be the remainder of the city of West Sacramento. And the fees that you see before you are the result of a negotiation because the Nexus study, what it found was that 35% of total delay on the state mainline freeway system could be attributed to development within the subregion. However, when you use that number as a fee basis, you'd be looking at, let's say, a residential unit with 700 square feet or less in Fee District 1, you'd be looking at a fee of $2,800. And it was recognized by the working group that that fee would be unsustainable. And so it was negotiated down to by roughly 71% to the fees that you see there, plus those have been adjusted for inflation as what Caltrans agreed to was what they absolutely needed for adequately mitigate a development's impacts on the state mainline freeway system.
Okay.
Mr. Ledesma?
Thank you. So are these fees that on attachment G are have been negotiated that we're voting on to implement, correct?
They've been negotiated down to what the extent that Caltrans would consider an adequate mitigation. The fees are justifiable up to that $2,800 figure that I stated earlier. But
I'm just trying to understand, okay. And so looking at the fee schedule, if you can explain to me, because I'm just understanding this, and I'm just going to take the residential land use. We have two districts in our city.
Correct.
Fee District 1 is the basically the riverfront up to the Washington neighborhood.
Correct.
So is the thinking, because those fees are higher than Fee District 2, which is everywhere else?
Correct.
Is the thinking on those mitigation fees that the larger impacts will come from those I'm trying to understand why
It's slightly higher.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. What the Nexus study did, it looked at the location of a particular type of development and essentially that development's impacts on the state mainline freeway system. And so considering the proximity and the type of development that that would occur in that area, it is expected that they would have a higher impact on the state mainline freeway system.
So, again, this is where I'm just acclimating myself to the thinking, because when I think of when I think of the Washington Bridge District and Pioneer Bluffs neighborhood, especially latter, and I saw earlier where some of the projects that this is intended to fund, maybe this is where it's going, some of the projects it anticipates are around streetcar, and is there will be the main users of that Because it seems a bit counterintuitive. That from my perspective, I'm looking at those fees as we're trying to encourage
Promote transit-oriented
exactly.
development within that
And here we
region.
are mitigating towards I-5 improvement. So just, I'm trying to reconcile that.
Okay. I'm going to
Maybe
bring
I'm
up,
just thinking of it completely wrong.
I'm going to bring up John Long to help me out with this one.
I'm John Long with DCAS Associates. We're the one that conducted the Nexus study. This question came up very clearly in the technical review of this. This is not coming from an assumption about the impact. It's coming from using the SACOG's travel demand model and using that to predict the impact of how development within any one of these zones would affect the system, the freeway system as a whole in terms of delay. You know, the same questions came up that, okay, we're talking about the River District, it's a transit-oriented development, its density and so forth. Why is that different from areas that are further away, you know, the Southport area and so forth? The way I can best describe this is because for one, the District 1 is not just the West Sacramento side of the river. It includes all of the central city of Sacramento as well. It's the combined effect of both the river front of the city of West Sacramento plus the central city of Sacramento combined.
Right.
And it has, when it does contribute trips to the freeway system, it's contributed to some of the most congested portion of the freeway system. The Nexus analysis is based on the added delay to the overall system. And when you go through the calculations from this travel demand model and that Nexus analysis, you find that you get somewhat higher delay estimates from a residential development in that collective area than you would from the other portions of the city, including Southport. So I've been asked that question multiple times. All we can say is that that was the agreement upon how the Nexus was based upon. That's the way the calculation comes out. That's the way we had to present this. So one of the first things that was negotiated in this was the boundaries of those districts, and there was a negotiation of including the riverfront of West Sacramento with the rest of Sacramento, so you had, you know, the same type of fees on either side of the river. So there was a lot of things that went into that long-term negotiation over a several years period of time, and this is what came out of the Nexus analysis.
All right, I think we're going to come back to this issue. Because you're not done with your
go ahead.
presentation yet, right? I have a feeling this one's going to come back.
Thank you. All right. So with those fees, there's a I-5 sub-regional improvement plan within the mitigation program, which essentially lists several projects, 12 within the sub-region that would help to mitigate the effects of development within the corridor. And if you refer to attachment D within your staff reports, that table is located there. A couple projects within that plan that are within the city of West Sacramento include streetcar, the American River crossings. Projects can be added and removed from this plan. To be added, though, they do have to have a nexus to the state mainline freeway segments that were analyzed with this nexus study. So a project that has the possibility to be added within the city of West Sacramento is future Enterprise Bridge, which is shown to have a nexus to portions of the state mainline freeway system that was analyzed here. And it's per the MOU, it's understood that cities will prioritize funding projects within the city boundaries prior to possibly contributing funds to other projects within the sub-regional corridor. And then who controls the funds? Each city is responsible for collecting fees and depositing them into a fund specifically created for this program, and each city is going to create an annual report that includes the amount of fees collected, as well as the proposed allocation of those fees. And if you turn to attachment F, within the resolution, it does state that the proposed allocation of those fees does require city council approval. And then finally, I'll go to the last slide here. Staff recommends that council conduct a public hearing regarding this item, and followed by adopting Resolution 1725, approving the Nexus supplemental EIR, adopting the I-5 Subregional Corridor Mitigation Program, and amending the Book of Fees to include the program. And then, as you've seen, I have several resources here with me to help me answer questions or comments.
You mentioned that the attachment F, which the resolution, is that that provides that the expenditure or the selection of projects would have to be approved by the council. Can you point where that is?
Yes.
I'm looking at F, but we have a lot of attachments.
So it should be 3 pages from the back?
Yeah, I have it in front of me. I'm just like, where in the resolution, or is that?
So if you look at the section, now therefore it be resolved, item number 3, it authorizes the city manager or his or her designee to prepare the annual report that includes the accounting of fees collected and proposed allocation of funding towards projects identified in the sub-regional improvement plan for approval by the city council.
Okay. Thank you. And another question, you mentioned that Caltrans understood that the cities would want to expend the dollars first on projects in the cities. How does that relate to the ramp meters, transition lane proposals? Is that happen after the city projects, or is that, when you said city projects first, were you including those?
No. So it's per the MOU, it states that cities will prioritize projects within their city boundaries first, and then move on to projects that would most benefit development within the cities. So essentially be closest to the cities, so that developers who are actually paying the fees would see the benefits of it.
So if we were making progress on streetcar and the river crossings, does that mean we wouldn't be contributing to the freeway improvements, maybe ever, or at least not until we've spent $22 million on on our projects first? Essentially, okay.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions for staff or for discussion? I mean, I agree with Mr. Ledesma's point. This is a significant problem for me because it's two things. One is I would like to maybe sit down with the SACOG team and understand how the travel demand model could produce this kind of a result, because that travel demand model, which underlies the whole MTP and SES, which drives development, directs development in order into exactly those areas for the purpose of minimizing greenhouse gas emission and trips and vehicles miles traveled. It seems perverse that those would result in more trips on the highway just from the travel demand model. And then there's just the common sense notion that the idea that areas that have been designed, and in fact we don't allow enough parking for everybody to have enough cars to create as many trips as are created by the Liberty development that will be occurring at Southport, for which a car is going to be really the only option for most trips. How that might, and many of those trips, at least as many of them are across the bridge or onto the freeways, as trips from some of the most disadvantaged neighborhoods of our community where people don't have access to cars or are making most of their trips inside the city limits. So everything about that seems intuitively wrong, and I get that other people have raised this, but I personally, before I would vote for something like this, I'd want to see the modeling more specifically and how the SACOG travel model could produce that kind of result. I mean, if that turns out to be the fact, I'm certainly willing to see it and change my mind, but I'd like to see how that actually plays out. Because the impact then is that it turns our policy and state policy and Caltrans policy completely upside down. Caltrans and the state of California, the governor's office, and we all agree that it should be easier and cheaper to develop in the areas that we are prioritizing for development, which are exactly the zones in District 1, than it is elsewhere. And by making it more expensive through this fee, we are running exactly to counter to what the ARB and the governor and everyone else and our own policies and our community's general plan are all about. So I'm not prepared to go there just on the basis of the DKS representation. Frankly, I want to understand more before going to that lengths. And if we're a year behind Sacramento, I'm willing to take another couple of weeks to see that data before we impose a fee premium on developing in the areas of the city that we're trying to drive development towards.
Agreed.
And do you know the stats of Elk Grove and their consideration of the sub-regional fee?
Hopefully I can attempt to clarify a couple things here. Having done the modeling for this using the SACOG tool, and we're quite familiar with it because we were the prime consultant that developed the model in the first place for SACOG. I can assure you that when it comes to the amount of trips generated per dwelling unit, per land use within the river district and so forth, it is clearly less than you would get from the same type of development that you would have elsewhere in the city. It's really not that portion of that's causing this. It's caused by the definition of the system and the boundaries that we have that's causing this. It's the fees that we're talking about in District 1 are the same fees that the city of Sacramento agreed to, which means all of Central City. And so they are surrounded by a freeway system, and a certain portion of their trips during peak periods do get on. Not everybody lives and works in the Central City. It's a high portion, but it's still people do commute in and out. And it's not just, it has to do with the facilities that were chosen. One of the things that was negotiated out of the fee program was Interstate 80. West Sacramento does send a lot of trips in and out off of Interstate 80. It is not on the fee program list. So there's a portion of the trips that are generated by the city that use Interstate 80 to commute in and out, to travel in and out, and it's not a component of this. The ring freeway around the central city of Sacramento and the river district was lumped together with that is something where you do add trips to the system. They're adding to those portions of the system that have the most delay. Therefore, once you add more trips, delay goes up very quickly when the freeway is already congested. So the delay increase becomes very high for those trips that are added when you're adjacent to it. I can tell you that from a pure technical nexus standpoint, this is a sound calculation. It's not about the trip generation. It's about the definition of the boundaries of these districts and the system of freeways that we have included into the fee program. And it's a system impact. The only other way to get that to come out differently is to redefine boundaries and the system in the calculation.
So I'm sorry if I may. So, because I'm not privy to what the District 4 would be.
District 4 is the city of Elk Grove.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to.
And their fees are significantly higher for residential. They have the highest fees for residential because they, per unit of development, add the highest amount of delay per residential unit clearly than any of the others, substantially higher than District 1 or 2. It's the opposite for employment. Adding employment to the city of Elk Grove has a lower impact than adding employment into District 1, which is the downtown Sacramento and the riverfront of West Sacramento. Because if you look at it from a pure added delay standpoint, you add employment to Elk Grove, it helps the jobs housing balance that you have lower added vehicle trips. Many of the trips that are going to Elk Grove for added employment are going non-peak direction, so their delay increase is lower per unit, whereas adding employment in District 1 is increasing delay at a higher rate. It's how the nexus was defined for the purposes of this program, and the consequences for this is that we have a somewhat higher fee in District 1 than District 2.
All right, thank you. So it's human-induced. It's human-induced sprawl policy, but
And to answer your question regarding Elk Grove, they're in the process of conducting outreach. They had sent us over some comments that they received from a BIA and select group of developers on March 22nd, and I don't have a specific time frame for them to bring it to council.
okay. And do we have pending projects right now that are in, if we were to take this up, at in a couple of weeks or in a month or what have you, are there projects that fall through the cracks as a result? Do you know?
As far as the projects that are in the pipeline, we have those projects that have already agreed to the fee program that have moved forward in the year's time that we do not have the fees to collect. I have been working in concert with Mona Ibrahimi, with the city attorney's office. She's been involved through every step of the way. I did talk with her about this, and one of the things that she communicated to me was that time is of the essence, that with regard to these projects, without having the fee program, if a development project were to move forward and Caltrans were to comment on that they are not sufficiently mitigating on the mainline state highway system, that is something that can't be avoided. That is a fact.
So do we have a draft EIR pending on anything in the next 2 to 4 weeks that might be in this space?
I would have to.
I'm not asking about a 9-month delay. I'm just asking if we were to ask you to take a look at redrawing these district lines as an example to put West Sacramento, to make us whole, just as one option, or are there other options that we would have other than this?
I just turned my head to Community Development Director Charlene Hamilton, and I see a no there, so it looks like we would have time.
Okay, let's return to the council. I was just asking.
I do want to add one more thing. Because of the agreement between the cities, redrawing these district boundaries is not a possibility without having to have the city of Sacramento also adopt the redrawn district boundaries. So we could take this back, renegotiate between the cities. As it has been reported, this is a 10-year-long process, so we expect that it would take a lot longer for us to come back. It wouldn't be a matter of just a couple of months. I think it would be a lot longer. And then on top of that, like I said, the other cities would have to agree with these changes, and then they would have to be adopted. So,
And they have approved their fees?
City of Sacramento has.
And their fees on District 1, I don't have the benefit of a comparison. So if you're telling me that in their world, they're more suburban areas, and they're just not in the same, that's why I pointed to Elk Grove, and it reassures me a little bit that there was some validity to my notion that those neighborhoods and cities that are farther that really rely on the I-5 corridor would pay more. But again, that's why the city of Sacramento has already approved these fees, and they're at the same level that we have. Their residential is at their District 1 fee schedule would be exactly the same as this.
That's correct.
And they've approved that?
That is correct, yes, last year.
It makes sense for them. The District 1 for them includes I-5 and 99 and 50. So,
Yes, we
whereas
have-
District 1 for us includes 5 inches of Highway 50, and that's it. I mean, it makes a lot of sense that their fee, in this case, our fee is being dragged way up by the fact that their trips do end up on the targeted freeways, and ours just, there's not evidence that development in the Bridge District in Washington and in the Pioneer Bluffs area is nearly as a significant contributor as the area of Sacramento that's fully bounded by exactly those same freeways.
What is our action?
I'm supportive. I'm totally supportive of the program. I think that the slide you showed has my signature from 2014, probably from 2001.
I wasn't going to bring
also.
that up.
I'm totally supportive of the concept. It's just we've worked so hard to erase the sprawl-inducing fee and hookup fee and all of the financial signals that government sends that it's cheaper to build where we don't want you to build. As much as where we want you to build, and this goes in exactly the wrong direction, and that's not a trivial problem. And if that means engaging with the mayor of Sacramento and with the Caltrans leadership and with the governor's office, I'm prepared to do that. Spend a couple of weeks, so that it doesn't become a 6-month process. But the author of SB 375 is the mayor of Sacramento. So I can't imagine that he would not share the concern that at least in this part of District 1, it's creating a very perverse, undesirable outcome with respect to development pressures. So I'd like to have the chance at least to raise this issue with them, to look at it technically and raise it with them and with SACOG and with our colleagues in Caltrans and in the state. Because they put pressure on us to drive, Caltrans and the state government is to push your development here, and this would take us the opposite direction. I can't imagine they wouldn't be with us, so.
So and I would fully support, I appreciate your willingness to go have that conversation and support it. I'm just trying to figure out what the motion would be tonight. Do you have a suggestion?
I think if you're willing to take a suggestion from your city manager, we do have Kirk Trost from SACOG here. I mean, there's a feeling that this area that we've got in the Bridge District is exempt from the fee anyway because it's a transit priority zone. Is that the issue?
Hi, Kirk Trost, COO with SACOG, and I apologize, I have not been engaged with this in a while, but I was integrally involved in this over a period of years, and the intent of this was for transit priorities, which I assume would cover most of the district, that if the project is subject to an exemption, and keep in mind for transit priority areas under SB 375, mixed-use and residential projects are exempt from having to analyze the impacts on the regional transportation network, which means I think they would be exempt from this fee. They would not have to pay the voluntary fee, nor would they have to go through the mitigation process to analyze the transportation impacts on the transportation network. That's my understanding of what the intent of this was. I haven't looked at the specific proposal in front of you. I assume that it implements that intent, and that's what we tried to do. So.
Well, that would be great. You weren't here for the second bullet of the potential coverage of the fee to non-CEQA projects. But even so, if that turns out to be the solution, that would be fantastic. I still think I would want to bring it back so you could confirm, Mr. City Attorney, that would be how it would operate, or if it isn't how it's currently proposed, that it would be tweaked in order to accomplish that. And it does get to that second bullet question. So and also give us time, if that's not how it works, to make the other outreach that we already talked about.
Agree. So are we do we need to continue this? Is that what we're hearing?
Yeah.
I'm.
Yes, I would suggest you continue the public hearing.
Okay.
You need a motion to do so? Okay, I'm motion to continue this to
September 19th?
a date.
April 19th.
April 19th. That give you enough time?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Ledesma, seconded by Ms. Roscoe. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed, hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you,
very
staff.
much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Marlon. That brings us to item 10, which is presentation and discussion on the draft broadband infrastructure assessment and action plan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Mark Zolo. I'm with the Community Development Department. This presentation of the draft broadband assessment and action plan will focus on the opportunities and constraints that were identified in the assessment and will be presented by the project consultant, TELUS Venture Associates. At the end of the presentation, we'll provide a list of potential actions and projects that could contribute to lowering broadband infrastructure and adoption barriers. The background leading to the plan's development can be found in the staff report itself. Chris, can I have the first slide? Thank you. The first slide tries to get at where we're at and how it's progressing and where we want to go if we want to improve how our broadband infrastructure scores. Currently, we have general plan policies that have been updated and ongoing public and private investment that is improving broadband in the city. However, data demand and broadband access necessity are continuing to change that grading curve. The amount of data that's produced and consumed and that has to be made sense of is growing exponentially. And for example, an acceptable grade from the CPUC right now is 6 megabits per second. So it's clearly the grading rubric, the standards are inadequate to the way we're consuming and producing data. For the purpose of identifying strategies to improve broadband infrastructure and adoption, we looked at potential actions in terms of engineering things we could do, economic and finance considerations, and governance. In any one area, the city is limited in the tools and resources that it can bring to bear, but nonetheless, they can facilitate and reduce broadband barriers. At this time, I'd like to introduce the project consultant, Steve Blum, from the president of TELUS Venture Associates. Steve's worked in the industry for 30 years developing broadband infrastructure, including fiber optic, wireless, and satellite systems. He had a key role in developing the launching of DirecTV and some other satellite broadcasting systems. For the last 13 years, he has focused on helping develop municipal broadband systems, and his clients include the city of Riverside, Santa Cruz, Palo Alto, San Leandro, Los Angeles, and other cities too. He's on the executive team for the Central Coast Broadband Consortium. After Steve's presentation, I'll present a list of actions that the city could consider or initiate. Thank you.
All right, and just because of time, I know we've and the council has adopted it. I don't know. I think I voted on 16 broadband action plans over time. I know we do want to get to the meat of okay, what are we going to do, and how's that going to reflect in improvements, real tangible near-term improvements for our residents and for our businesses. So, in addition to if we can move through the generic background as quickly as we can, I think it would be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And as Mark said, my name is Steve Blum. My company is TELUS Venture Associates. Could I have the first slide here? Just quickly, we did an assessment of the broadband infrastructure in West Sacramento, compared it to statewide averages and the averages in and around the area. Could I have the next slide? The overall grade of C- that West Sacramento gets is an average of the whole city, but as you can see, it's spread out over a number of different parts. It's different in different parts of the city. Residential areas, most are average. That's what the yellow is. That's a C. Industrial areas tend to be D or F. That's the red and the gray. And then there are a few pockets of excellence. The blue being A's and the green being B's. Okay, the next. Wireless coverage is spotty. Depends on the carrier. This is based on actual testing by the Public Utilities Commission. Consumers in West Sacramento, when you look at things that are important to them, they tend to as people do, tend to focus on speed and reliability, but for the most part, there's a disconnect between their satisfaction levels and the level of importance they place. Digital divide in West Sacramento, it's about the same. The numbers that we get are very vague because the carriers suppress a lot of the detail, but it appears that the average in West Sacramento is right around the same average for Yolo County, which we do know, which is 69% adoption amongst households. However, there is a major split. Households that have higher income adopt at a higher rate than households with lower income. And this, when we looked at this, when we first looked at the data, we kind of had to shake our head because I've never seen it quite this stark. But if you live in a census tract in West Sacramento where incomes are lower, your broadband adoption rate is going to be lower as well. We looked at commercial and industrial areas. Overall, the city rates half a star on the rating scale that we've developed, but you can see that you have some areas that are not so bad, and some areas where commercial industrial access is sorely lacking. That's borne out by the business survey we did. It was very similar to the results from the residential survey, except that the level of dissatisfaction versus satisfaction, the disconnect there is even higher. We looked at what West Sacramento has, and this is getting now into the action items. We looked at what West Sacramento has versus what it's actually using. You have great infrastructure here. The same factors that create the transportation and logistics facilities here in West Sacramento that have made it a hub have also led to it being a hub for fiber optic communications. Fiber optic tends to follow railroads, it tends to follow highways. And you have a number of fiber optic routes that pass through West Sacramento. Some are just straight on pass-throughs, but there's a good bit of metropolitan fiber, as we call it, which is fiber that would be available to businesses if they were willing to pay the cost to hook in. You also have 2 data centers here. And data centers, if to use a water analogy, data centers are the reservoirs of the internet. That's where you need to hook up your pipes, your fiber optic lines to bring the water to the residents. And most people, most cities I work with are looking at reservoirs that are hundreds of miles distant. You have 2 big ones right here in town, and that's a huge asset for you. In terms of the action plan, we looked at 4 different areas. Have the first one for next slide. Advocacy, access, and adoption. And this is a shorthand way of saying that many of the policy options that are out there in terms of steering broadband development and broadband adoption have been taken out of the hands of cities. Many of the decisions are being made at the state level, and increasingly more are being made at the federal level. And there is an outward-looking role that cities can adopt to try and impact the decisions that are made elsewhere. There are also things you can do within the city to take advantage of the tools you have, and also to drive adoption amongst residents using the programs that have been set up at the state and federal level. You can remove barriers. Overall, there's a concept called dig once, where you have requirements that anytime a trench is dug, notification goes out to interested parties. Shadow conduit is where the city might want to put conduit into developments, and that's something West Sacramento has been doing, as I'll discuss here in a moment. In a lot of ways, you've been doing a lot of the right things simply because it seemed like a good idea. I'm very happy to come and provide you with a policy basis for doing it, but the fact that you're doing it is already a huge advantage. Wireless permitting is becoming more fraught at the political level. There's a bill making its way through Sacramento right now that could further reduce city discretion over wireless permits, and there's a parallel effort going on at the federal level. However, there are things city can do, and there are in the report there. We discussed some of the things that can be done to help steer where wireless projects go, and things you can do if you, if you have issues with, for example, residents not wanting certain types of installations in their neighborhood. And then finally, you can work on infrastructure development. And I'm going to come back to the star rating. Your current service level, the current star rating, half a star, is based on the service that's available now. That if you were to call somebody up, if somebody were to call up a provider, that they could get it within a week or two. If you said, well, hey, we have these fiber routes that go through town, suppose we were to make full use of those, suppose they were to be fully available to everyone. You'd go up to a full star. That's on an overall basis, but it's a fairly dramatic jump for a lot of the different districts. All of a sudden, you're going from mostly 1 star or no star into several areas, and those are census blocks up there, several census blocks where you have 2 and 3, and in a couple of cases, 4-star ratings. If you combined city conduit, and this, you have an extensive network of city conduit that runs down through the Bridge District into the Southport area, and also across the top into Sacramento. If you were to make full use of those, your commercial and industrial zones would go, your overall rating would go up to 2 stars, which on an overall basis is pretty good. But you would have some areas of excellence, 5-star and 4-star areas, that would develop throughout the city. This is a theoretical look at it, but it's a way of getting your head around what taking some of these steps would produce, and where the impacts would be. So that is the kind of the overview. Ask Mark to come back up, and we can talk about the specific action plan.
Great, thank you.
One of the first action items, and it may seem like it's abstract, but we want to do a door-to-door survey of broadband service and other age-related questions for the North Area neighborhoods and the state streets. We're organizing that right now. And there's a couple things we want to get out of that. First, we want to get at a street level, a pole-to-pole level idea of streets that don't have access to like AT&T Universe, so that we can go back to AT&T and discuss that. I know of a couple, mainly because Aaron's always telling me he can't get AT&T Universe in his neighborhood, and some others, so I'd like to find that out too. Second, there's people that are probably economically challenged, and we want to give them information about the AT&T Access Program right there. And we also want to take their temperature, get an idea of their skill set, so that we have an idea of the number of people that would benefit from some training to adopt broadband practices in their home. If they use AT&T Access, if they have devices, that's just another problem, which we may not be able to solve. But we can provide training and test to see if that's training sticking. So I think that for the North Area neighborhoods, that's one thing we can do right off the bat. It'll give us good ground data. Most of the data and the assessments at the census tract level, so getting down to the ground will help us really see what we can fix in those areas, what we can't. In the south area, we'd like to consider doing a ring conduit project in the Seaway properties and possibly on the SIP properties. The AT&T has a node by the main booster plant at the corner of the Barge Canal property. Wave's thinking of traveling that same conduit line to get across, and we're in negotiations with CCI right now for a fiber line. So that would be 3 providers in proximity. So it would be a minor project to get 3 providers access to the Seaway property, and if the property owners are willing to participate and help share the cost, we could do a redundant ring access that would surround both the Seaway properties and a portion or all of the SIP properties, and be able to provide agnostic access to broadband providers. We'd stay out of the way of the deals. We would just help get the project done and built, and whoever made their deals they could use that conduit. If there was an industrial use that had a high data need, a really high throughput, high resilience data need, the project could conceivably extend it up the lower northwest corridor up to Triangle Court, where there's a level 3 data center. It's a mid-grade data center. So that would be a sterling first world-class, double redundant architecture and service place for these properties. We're working on a conduit lease right now with CCI that would allow them to put T-Mobile cell towers in the south area and on South River Road onto fiber rather than use microwave, which would be an overall benefit for cellular performance in the area. We're trying to negotiate getting city fibers for that, for our own use and for other uses. And it would also place the CCI fiber onto the Stone Lac property and adjacent to the Barge Canal property too. We'd like to develop an RFMP for the city's assets to see if we can find a partner to further deploy fiber in the city. We haven't done that work yet. We'd like to do that. We'd also like to, well, we're already starting to work, or we'd like direction from the council to prepare a draft of administration policies regarding a master permit process for major broadband infrastructure projects, streamlined permit review for broadband infrastructure projects, including processes to ensure compliance with federal and state requirements regarding wireless infrastructure, open trench notification processes, excavation moratorium subsequent to an open trench notification, shadow conduits whereby empty city-owned conduit installed prospectively can be placed along with the other project, a submission of plans in digital format by applicants for excavation and/or encroachment permits for the permits that involve broadband infrastructure facilities. This would allow us to give an idea of what the vascular system of our broadband network looks like, all the assets, not just ours, but the private assets too, so we can strategize and help facilitate and partner up with people to get more fiber out there. Also, we're starting to look at building requirements, including conduit placement and structured wiring for new and major remodel constructions. Lastly, we're reviewing some of the other permitting processes to facilitate projects that can increase broadband infrastructure. Steve mentioned legislation at the state level that would impact us negatively. I think also we have to think about the response is reasonable and understandable, but I think we have to start looking about like how we can start engaging these entities to be imperfect partners, because in the long and short of it, we both want the same thing. For 5G to deploy, it's going to need nodes every few hundred yards to work, and those nodes have to go directly onto fiber. And when we asked Verizon about their pilot project and if it would solve the last mile problem, they said no, but it would get down to the 100-yard level. So whether a community is going to see a full build out of 5G, it's almost solving the same problems. We really should start to articulate and think about how the 5G rollout, which is going to be inevitable and it's coming, how we can use that momentum to finish the last mile problem for fiber in the city. Because fiber is not going away. The only trick of the tail is that the new technologies will try to get onto fiber quicker. With that, I'll take questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson.
Yeah, thank you. So just a general question on fiber. Is there, one of the things we're looking at is the technology and the expense of the technology and the lifespan as things move quickly. And it's very expensive to keep replacing and upgrading. And I think it's kind of a fact of life in most of this type of technology. But in terms of fiber, is there an indication of what the lifespan is for fiber in general? Is basically a communication medium?
Steve, do you know the lifespan? I don't know the technical lifespan of fiber.
There's fiber that was installed 20, 30, sometimes even 40 years ago that's in operation now. But the major cost of broadband projects is conduit, and conduit doesn't wear out. There's duct work in the Roman Colosseum that's being used for fiber optics right now that was installed 2,000 years ago. So civil engineers have figured this out.
But in terms of the lifespan of fiber from this point forward, is there any new technology that you see coming online that would make fiber redundant? Because if we're looking at putting in a clean network of fiber throughout the city, 5 years from now, there's a different technology. I haven't seen it, but
You can see 5 to 10 years out in terms of the technology that's just sort of bubbling up out of the labs. And right now, there is nothing on the horizon that would replace fiber. Wireless is a great solution, and it has done wonderful things for the economy and for people's lives. But the more wireless you have, the more fiber you get, because that's how you feed wireless nodes. There really isn't anything to replace fiber on the horizon.
Okay, and I think the main expense of the fiber systems, as you say, is a conduit, but it's also the technology on either end.
Correct.
And that's what can change.
That can change, and relative to the cost of fiber and conduit, that's relatively minor.
On those, the endpoints are relatively minor?
Endpoints. It's like any other technological upgrade. You upgrade your computers every few years, you upgrade, routers and things like that. The electronics get upgraded, but that's a relatively minor expense compared to fiber construction.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Sandin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the report. I really appreciate the work that was done, taking these to the commissions, the TMI and the Environment and Utilities Commission. In fact, I think the TMI, Transportation Mobility Infrastructure Commission, actually asked your question, Mr. Johannesson. The plan should look at emerging technologies 5, 10, 15 years so that we do not end up with obsolete infrastructure. So it's right on. I think they provided really good input for us. I think it's I'm excited because we have this on our priority list, and we really are kind of a raring to go. For the project list you gave us, for me, I would say do all of them, but I would love your guidance in terms of what's the right ordering of that set of projects, and how we should be thinking about moving this forward and kind of have the most impact.
Wow, that's a great question. I think right now, we're working with the BBCAN to do the assessment. I think we just need to do that because of the solutions there will be of a different order and magnitude and type once we get the survey results. I think we should move forward with negotiations with the CCI project because we could find use for some of that fiber now. And I also think we should move forward with seeing if the property owners in SIP have the appetite to help fund a ring conduit system on their properties. I think having available conduit to any fiber provider totally changes how those properties can be marketed. And I think within the context of where those properties sit between UC Davis, UC Med Center, Sac State, the Kaiser facility that's coming in, the state capitol, I think there's a lot of opportunity there. Not to mention, I think they're beautiful sites too. So that's one thing I'm really keen to do. And then I think we should also think about making our right-of-ways like the Clarksburg branch. I think that's an incredible spur, and it's easy digging, that we should try to get that, bring that to the attention of providers as well. That's off the short list. I think also, and I don't know the realm where this comes up, but I think at some point, local government has to start weighing in at the CPUC and the FTC level. I think really local government probably needs to weigh in on the 5G standards, because that starts to address the issues that the league has with the current legislation and stuff like that too. But it's kind of out of my depth.
Mr. Ledesma?
Thank you, and I do appreciate the work on this. We've been talking about broadband for some time, but Mark, I know you put a lot of work into this along with the team, so I appreciate it. And my question is I have a couple of them, and one of them, Councilmember Sandin hit upon, is there's a tick list of a lot of things you want to get accomplished, and I am interested in kind of a prioritization, and it has to be based on what is going to be most impactful to residents. And what I gathered from the report and your presentation is kind of on the divide. You recognize that we want to go knock on doors and find out what's inhibiting folks from being able to access. Because what I heard is the infrastructure is there, right? We have lots of conduit. We have places. We have fiber in a lot of places, and there's availability. And I think that's the basic definition of adoption. Or am I hearing that wrong?
And people are using it too.
People are using it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's still a lot that aren't.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, we don't know the number though. That's one of the reasons to do the survey. Is it really a large number? Is it a small number? What's keeping them from doing it? Are they digitally illiterate? Are their economic circumstances such that they can't afford broadband services? They can't afford devices? we may not be able to solve all those, but we should have some good data to measure so we can like look at what solutions we can bring to the problem, or if, at the very least, articulate the problem accurately for our community. And I'm sure, well, we know, what's happening here is happening in other communities. We score the same as Mountain View and Cupertino. The
Score in which way?
the level of broadband service in terms of infrastructure, providers, speed. So even cities that are in Silicon Valley are struggling with the same problem, and they struggle with the same problem because they're the same kind of city. They have established streets that predate the broadband era. And so getting broadband that last mile out to cities they have the same problems. They have it in cities and other cities in California. We have in California. It's the same problem we're having across the nation. So like when you start to pull the thread on the bag of dog food, you start to see like it's really a national problem that is going to have to be looked at locally at the state level and nationally too. So all I can think is like right now, I know that I can do a deal with CCI and that's going to help us. I know I can do an SIP project, and I know we can do things internally in our process to help facilitate our relationships with the providers. We should probably start talking to our providers more and see where we could strategize to do that.
Yeah, and you take some time in the report to talk about AT&T's program, and I'm assuming that's what you mean as a provider.
Yeah.
And Wave is mentioned, and I think I'm just having a hard time, let's be honest, hard time grasping the problem we're solving. And I don't mean that, like, I know that you're a thoughtful guy, a smart guy, and I'm trusting that you're addressing some super important issues, but what are we trying to solve with? Obviously, if you're telling me there's broadband available, and I know there's areas of town in the industrial area that maybe can use more to facilitate, or is it the right kind? That I'm just having a hard time. I get the issue of what I'm concerned about is making sure folks of all types have the access and the availability. And if you're telling me the last stretch of knowledge is why aren't they adopting? Why aren't they participating? Why aren't they using it? Or maybe they are, and we just don't know how. That's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
That I'm trying to understand what we're solving for.
I think what we're solving is, and I don't think we're even really totally cognizant of it, is that the way business can be conducted, the level of communication, machine communications that are going to be conducted, and the way we work, the way you work, are going to rely more and more. And it's a long-term problem to develop infrastructure that will be adequate for that 21st century level of data generation and consumption. So I think right now it's an exploration to position properties that better for economic development, so we get better businesses. And when you get better businesses, you get people that are going to move into town that want these services or need these services. We have kids that need to do their schoolwork, and their schoolwork's going to become more and more data intensive. So I think you're right. What problem are we solving? It's an oblique growth problem, I think is the simple way to say it, but it's trying to match the way the world's already changing in terms of data consumption, and fiber is going to be the way to do that. So these actions are the first steps in starting to articulate an overall framework to get fiber that last mile within the city of West Sacramento.
And I think that's helpful, how you just articulate, because again, as we adopt the plan, I'm not quite, it's just not my paradigm of understanding what are we trying to achieve. And you've helped me to better frame that. And I think that'd be helpful in the choices we make. I bring this up because how we find you asked how the city can get involved, and I think part of Measure E is aimed at funding for broadband infrastructure or for that type of smart city growth, right? We have said some part of that could be used for that. And I want to make sure that we have a framework and a strategy around what it is we're trying to do. And I'm not saying to go use that money up. I just don't want us to use it up on a kind of a punch list of things we think are going to, without me understanding the priority or the goals we're trying to achieve and when. And we have some sort of thoughtful engagement with, or I want to say engagement, but we agree upon the prioritization of what's going to be most impactful for economic development goals, for equity, an equitable use of and availability of broadband. That's what I'm trying to grasp here. And this does present a great amount of data, and I appreciate that. But now I'm trying to figure out, okay, besides just, this is not go do a bunch of things, but let's get a little smart about how we strategize around making sure we're accomplishing the goals I think we want to go to. So just some feedback for you.
Thanks,
as we move forward.
I really like the report and the presentation, and this is not my first rodeo on broadband action plans. I mean, I like all PowerPoints to start with an equation. Those are my favorite ones, and that get to vascularity and a bunch of other things that have nothing to do with broadband, really. But the attention to the data and the actual geographies of our city, and the particular places and with metrics and sort of dashboard elements that are understandable both for us and for the community and for our partners, is a dramatic improvement over the prior broadband plans that we've had that have been largely sort of generic YOLO plans, or you could have put a piece of tape over West Sacramento and put Winters or any other place, and it would have been exactly the same broadband plan anywhere. And those got us where we needed. They accomplished some of what we got kudos for in the consultant presentation, that we did lay conduit. We did a series of things that advanced us, but that approach is only taking us so far. And I appreciate the focus that you've brought to this on leveraging opportunities that are out there, rather than saying, here are the 6 things that we are going to brute force do, no matter what. That instead we're saying, okay, what is Verizon's doing that thing? Okay, what does that mean then for the opportunity set that we might not have thought of a week ago? That doesn't mean chasing every opportunity, but looking for those imperfect partners that are doing other things, or might be induced to do other things, to leverage the highly limited resources and the highly limited legal authority that we have to really drive transformative level changes. And most of those are going to be stuff that makes no sense to me or us, in the same way that I don't really understand all the, exactly which sewer line has to go where and which pump station has to pump this much gallons and all of that stuff. The same thing is true here, but I do know that is essential to this all working out. And it is true. I think it's also the case, and the council emphasizes pretty heavily, that broadband is more and more like, it is more like sewer and water now. I mean, it's an essential element in our lives, and it's going to be increasingly so. And things like the digital divide, to some extent, are holding us back from even being a much better city government. We're often thinking about technological or internet-based ways of solving citizen problems in our community that we can't. Oftentimes, we can't fully embrace them or deploy them because we worry, well, what happens if a quarter or a third or 40% of our residents can't use them? And so we don't do them at all. So in some sense, we're holding back the quality and the level of our own services because of this problem. And so it is both an issue for residents and businesses, but also for us in terms of maximizing our effectiveness. And so if we're going to treat it like water and sewer and other sorts of things, it ought to be, when we get to the next item on motel standards, we don't have anything. We have a telephone service is one, a landline telephone service is one of the standards. But I don't think we have any standard at all about broadband or even, frankly, even dial-up services. Such a thing still exists, but it's not there. So if we believe this, then this is embedding a broadband strategy around all of our work, and not just assigning it to the broadband person inside the community development department to magically make all this happen on your own. But we have to put it elsewhere. So if you're here presenting the motel ordinance on item 11, you can. I'm signaling right now. I'm going to bring this up in that item. We ought to keep doing that in our planning and zoning and other policies as well. Given that leveraging strategy, though, I do think a dashboard and a set of buckets that we make sure that we're not, if all the bright, shiny leveraging opportunities are things that are going to improve our commercial and industrial broadband, for example, then we will have lost the important imperative to fix the digital divide in the community, right? So although I personally don't want to, dive into, tell us exactly what the projects are and scope them all out no matter what. I do think it's important that we understand, and you understand, that we want to make transformative progress in the digital divide, in serving the rural parts of our community, in serving the existing businesses that are grappling with poor service or unavailability of service altogether, and we want to create the platform for 21st century economic development and the kind of businesses that you described. That those are all distinct objectives that we're trying to achieve, and so just crushing it on commercial and industrial and doing nothing about the digital divide won't be a success. But it doesn't mean that you don't have to do one for every single thing, but I think as we're thinking about how you report to us as part of the strategic plan, that dashboard ought to reflect some of those big areas that we haven't expressed an interest in. And I absolutely agree on the Measure E side, which is a small amount of money, but it is for leveraging purposes. And the two things that we said were for smart city technologies, virtually all of which rely on significant broadband and or wireless. And the second Measure E piece that we put before the voters was around broadband access to both in terms of speed and quality and just basic access to a broader range of our community. And Measure E is an appropriate way to leverage opportunities in that space. Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I agree with those comments. When we're looking at partnerships, obviously, we're not going to be able to do this ourselves. But one of the problems is the ownership of the pipes afterwards. And, one of the things I think we need to look for is ways that we can, whatever goes in the ground, we have access to it. And maybe just for a governmental purpose, for example, because you're going to get a patchwork of proprietary fiber throughout the town. You've got a myriad of agreements trying to navigate. And if there's maybe a policy of the government has rights to whatever goes in the ground. So that way, we at least control a certain aspect of this, that we can, not have to go directly to providers and deal with them on a competitive basis. I don't know how that would look, but, looking at some kind of sharing agreement that would go along with this, and maybe a cost-sharing agreement. And in terms of, I totally get what Councilmember Ledesma is saying about, why are we doing this? Hacker Lab or CCI across the street from Hacker Lab, they were the first to get gigabit in the Sacramento area. And so we were all looking, okay, now we have gigabit, so what? What do we do with that? And so there's a number of cities that are gigabit cities throughout, they're becoming more and more now. But you've got this ultra high-speed data, so now what do you do with it? So it is one of these things you don't really know yet. I mean, there's certain I think economic development that you can look at, for example, imaging, telecommuting, some of the other areas that are really high bandwidth. And if you do have these trunks in of high data, then you definitely can have an economic development strategy saying, look, we have good water in West Sacramento, we have high-speed internet too, that type of thing. And it really becomes a powerful tool. And then that drives a lot of other groups. But in terms of addressing the digital divide, I do want to see the, this door-to-door level of access, because I think it's important. And I think the data shows that the north side of town particularly is underserved, mostly for economic reasons, it looks like. But to create some type of demonstration at some point, think about what a demonstration would be of that internet. So, okay, you don't have internet, let's see if we can find some way to get you, a tablet or something in your home that can access this, or a lab, or, a desktop or whatever. And here's something that would help you. For example, we talked about it with the Aging Commission of having activities that are available for someone. And so that would be something that the city would be providing through some type of service. So something that they could see, well, now that I've got this is the benefit of doing it. Travel routes, bus routes, being able to see real time where the buses are, that would be a big help, and to have the training that would go along with that. So a lot of this is going to be kind of rolling in, finding demonstration projects, and then going from there to see, how else we can use that. But the key is going to be to get at least a minimal level of broadband in each house. But I think it's a good report. It's really a good start. Good.
Just briefly, I just want to also commend our staff for this report. I know internet and accessibility, it's such a tremendous equalizer in communities. And I mean, I've seen it even in just the last several years with my family having access to information that was otherwise only enjoyed by the privileged. I mean, you think about how young people are accessing their information these days. I mean, my son, who's in elementary school, is iPads in his classroom, and what capabilities he has beyond those that I ever had, or many families even had, a few years ago. But I mean, the ability for young kids to access job applications or job training, or seniors to get exercise classes in their homes when they don't have the ability, when we haven't perhaps developed their ability to leave their own home, or even just for folks to engage in the transformative experience of engaging in public expression. And I mean, many of our discourses are online nowadays. And I'm really excited for the future of our city and the direction that we're taking, especially considering that we really want to make this available to everybody in our city, regardless of their background and their ability or their accessibility otherwise.
All right, Ms. Hamilton, you have sufficient direction on this item? Okay, great, thanks. You can tell somebody is not born and raised in West Sac if you refer to the state streets and West Capitol Avenue as the north area.
I said state streets.
You did, but the report refers to the north area in parentheses as essentially everything north of Southport, and that is if you're a recent resident, that's how, then that's how you see the world. But the north area traditionally in the city has been seen as really north, like north of the railroad tracks. So, all right. So that's it on item 11. Item 10, sorry, that brings us to item 11, which is consideration of first reading of ordinance 17-5, amending section 8.03.070 of the municipal code concerning hotel inspections, and adoption of resolution 17-26, identifying the hotel inspection evaluation rubric.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. In 2005, council adopted the Hotel Operating Standards Municipal Code, which provides minimum hotel and motel operating, maintenance, and cleanliness standards. Fast forward 11 years. In October 2016, staff was directed to conduct or take a fresh look at the hotel motel inspection process and to conduct a voluntary housing survey for clientele. What staff discovered, there is a number of motels and hotels that cater to payee services and that use temporary housing vouchers. More importantly, 87% of the hotel rooms that were inspected had code violations, and those were overwhelmingly inhabited rooms. The amendments that are before you today kind of implement a pass and no pass evaluation based on the most recent inspections that are conducted. Hotels with passing grades are inspected once a year. Non-passing grades are inspected every 6 months, with the evaluation grade being posted in a conspicuous place. The evaluation itself is not intended to be punitive. It's more of a tool than a weapon, and rather as a source of disclosure for visitors, payee services, and agencies who advocate for the homeless. There is a section in the amendment under paragraph B, subparagraph 7, that actually do list more punitive code actions for continuing violations. With that, I'd like to open it up for any questions.
I have one. Where's broadband in here? Can we add a broadband evaluation criterion?
Sure.
All right. And this is, so are there questions for staff at this time? All right, we actually have no requests to speak on this item. It's not a public hearing, so are there comments? I know a lot of work's gone into this. We've had a council workshop on this previously, so it's, we've heard the issues already. One thing I hope will, if we adopt this tonight, and I certainly support it, is want to be careful or pay attention to the police calls for service indicator, which is a critical one. This has been a driver for a lot of our policy decisions over the years. But when we make that a direct criteria in this case, we want to be sure that we're making that we're not creating incentives for motel owners to discourage calls to the police.
Agreed.
Right. So, and I know the departments as well as more aware of that, that phenomenon that you can create with some of these issues, more so than I am. But just, and I support doing it in this particular evaluation. But let's pay attention if we're getting sense that there might be owners that are unscrupulously, preventing folks from making appropriate calls to the police in order to avoid getting their rubric down. So.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? This one?
I would just say this addresses the discussion we had back in January about moving this forward, and it looks like all the things that kind of we were imagining were going to be here are in the works, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so want to make a motion? All right, so Councilmember Sandin has moved, and Councilmember Orozco seconded the recommended action on item 11. There's no further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Item is adopted. Brings us, thank you. That brings us to item 12. You're welcome to stay if you want to up there, Bill. Which is consideration of an agreement with bike share operator Limebike. Mr. Doherty.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Pulling up a PowerPoint. The item before you this evening is a consideration of agreement with the bike share operator Limebike. I have a brief presentation to go through the general proposal and what they've approached us with this evening, and then I'm going to hand off to the representatives from Limebike who are coming in now. Thank you. The background on this item. Limebike is a dockless bike share system that relies on a smartphone-enabled, solar-powered smart lock. The bikes don't need to be locked to anything in particular. They can be locked to themselves. They are found through the smartphone application. There's no membership required to use the system, and they are $1 for every 30-minute ride. Chris, thank you. The proposal that Limebike has come to the city with is a multi-phased approach. The initial phase, the first phase, they are targeting 150 to 200 bikes in the priority area. Those priority areas are focused around the waterfront districts and the civic center of the city. They would employ a virtual bike rack system, which they would incentivize through the application. We would target those virtual bike racks in the activity centers that you'll see here. The second phase, down the road, within a few months to a year, they said they could deploy up to 1,000 bikes throughout the city over that time frame. The existing term sheet we have right now in the agreement, right now there is no cost to the city to implement this program. They are looking at a 2-year operating agreement to come in for some longevity. They're new into this space. We would be the first city they'd be contracting with, so we put that provision in to create some longevity. They would have 2 to 4 local staff members around West Sacramento to redistribute the bikes, to make sure the maintenance was performed on the bikes, and to respond to any complaints in a timely manner. And they would be providing the city with monthly travel data for where the bikes have operated and moved around. To ensure that the city is not left with any issues if Limebike decided to leave, we have requested a $25,000 security deposit for them to operate in the city, which they've at this point agreed to. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm going to hand it over to Toby Sun and Brad Bow from Limebike to demonstrate their service and their equipment.
Are there questions for Chris at this point? Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening. dear Mayor and council members. My name is Toby Sun. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Lime Bike. And this is Mattel, our head of communication and marketing. Brett Bao, also the co-founder and chairman of Lime Bike. We know the city is evaluating bike share options for the near future. And we're thrilled to be here to present Lime Bike to the city of West Sacramento. And Lime Bike is based in San Mateo, California. And all three of us have known each other for a while. And I actually met Mattel in UC Berkeley when we were doing the MBA program there. So prior to Lime Bike, we had years of experience working in logistics, green energy, internet company, consumer product and services. And our vision at Lime Bike is really to promote the bike riding and make the cities like West Sacramento greener, healthier, and more efficient. So just a quick example that Amsterdam in Europe, 27% of the bike traffic is actually on bikes, versus here in the US, it's actually less than 1%. And we do believe that with the right product and program, there's no reason that West Sacramento will not achieve 10% or even 20% of the traffic on bikes. And the challenges today, we think, is really there is no available program that allows the users to access the bikes more easily and affordable prices. And we're here to help. So I'm going to hand it over to Mattel to tell you why Lime Bike is different.
Thanks so much, Toby, and thank you so much for having us, Mayor and members of the council. So as Toby was mentioning, we really started this company with this notion that while bike sharing has made tremendous progress over the last 10 years, the model that it relies on, the business model, is a bit upside down. When you have operators that lean on large payment and parking stations and very expensive bicycles, what you end up with is high prices for the riders, a limited number of stations that you can deploy, a limited number of bicycles that you can deploy, and therefore low utilization, and a model that then requires even greater subsidies from the city. So when we realized that you could actually flip this model upside down and broaden the base of folks who can access the program and lower the rates, we decided to go forward on this path to provide this solution. And the solution is now ready to go. We have a world-class team with a mobile app that helps you to unlock this bicycle, and the right operating model and the right fleet. I'll share with you a little bit about what we're providing to the market. So first, with the bicycle, I think Chris did a great job sharing already the primary details, but this bicycle is made by partners that we have that are world-class manufacturers that are actually manufacturing the bicycles for Trek and Specialized. The bicycle has been tested for very strenuous conditions and optimized for low maintenance and high durability. And with the solar panel and the GPS and 3G connected system that you see on the back, it's really a self-sustaining mechanism. We've designed for making theft and vandalism challenging, but we are aware that it's something that we will see regardless. But we have, given the cost structure for the bicycle, we can actually resupply and make sure that we can guarantee a 98% top quality in the fleet that we deploy in the city. So 98% of the fleet is at all times fully functional, and we will have a team on the ground to be optimizing it. And finally, we really just want to open it up to Q&A from you, or address any questions that you may have. But we believe that this is an opportunity for West Sacramento to really put a flag on the ground, or a stake on the ground, and in terms of advancing urban mobility and implementing a model that hasn't really yet been seen in the U.S., where all the other cities that have implemented these systems have been dock-based systems. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there questions for the iBike team at this point? All right, we did have, did you have a question right now? Councilmember Roscoe.
Thank you for the presentation. Other than the smartphone app, I mean, you had mentioned just a little while ago, you wanted to broaden the base of the people who can access use of the bike. But if someone doesn't have a smartphone to access the app, how would they access use of that bike?
Thank you so much for bringing that up. We have actually been in conversations with Chris, with Martin and the team on addressing this with a low-income program where we could actually provide a support center where folks could activate their account with a non-smartphone and could there, at the point of where they are next to the bike can be unlocked for them. And we understand that there's essentially what we can provide is an opportunity for any public funds that would go typically towards operators. Instead of using those funds to finance operators, we require no subsidy, so those funds can actually go to provide greater access for low-income bike riders, and also for infrastructure.
Just to add on that, so thanks for the answer. Because I mean, the bike is remotely, connected through the cloud. So as a backend, we do have the capability to remote unlock that, right? But the user, so I think what we need is really the list of the people that we think, we want to support them to unlock the bike without a cell phone, right? And then they can either make a call standing next to the bike to the call center or, the social worker's place, and then they can do the remote unlocking.
Without a smartphone, but
without a
still
smartphone,
with
yeah.
a phone.
Right.
Has Lime Bike been in operation in any other jurisdictions?
We have not. We're currently in conversations with a handful of campuses and a couple other major cities in California.
Ms. Sandine?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation and bringing the bike. I have a question about liability for riders. If people sign on, are they taking responsibility if, for example, they fall and break their hands? I have this experience myself, sorry, that's why I'm asking.
So yeah, similar to renting a vehicle where you are liable for how you operate that vehicle, we are communicating to our riders that they're liable for the way that they operate the bike. But we do have liability insurance that comes with our solution, and for any remote case of any liability case that may occur, we do bring that coverage as well.
Great. I'm asking the question obviously because we're a municipality and we need to make sure that we're making sure that people understand that they're riding the Lime bike and not a City of West Sacramento bike. I just want to be clear about that piece.
Yep.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Just very quickly, short answer, we do have that liability on for the bike. So that comes with the bike, actually, and it will be reviewed and renewed every year. So it will just getting better and better as well. But now, yeah, we do have that for if we launch in West Sacramento.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, so next we have one request for public comment on this. And it's from, oh no, so I'm excusing you for the moment. And we have a request for public comment by Jim Brown.
Mayor Cabaldon and council members, I'm Jim Brown with Sacramento Area Bicycle Advocates. And I'm a big cheerleader for what you're doing in West Sacramento to enable more people to ride bikes. Saba's worked on safe routes to school programs in the city. We've gladly written letters of support that have for funding applications that have gotten you millions for bike infrastructure. And we're a partner on the Assemble Sacramento project on the Clarksburg Trail. I really admire what's going on over here, and I applaud your interest in deploying a bike share system here in West Sacramento. But as an advocate for the needs of people who want to travel by bike and the many benefits of bike share systems, I see a company here with no actual experience proposing to operate a system that can't actually be used for the trips that many people actually want to make. And this runs counter to what we want to see with bike share systems. We've looked into ridership data, and we estimate that something like 2/3 of the bike trips that take place in this part of the city cross the river into Sacramento. And while Line Bike won't be used by people who already have a bicycle, this number gives us an indication of where most people in this part of the city want to ride. Line Bike won't serve those people because Line Bike trips end on this side of the river. Line Bike can't be used for last mile commute trips that begin in Sacramento either. We've run the specs for the bikes past a bike shop owner who knows a lot about ordering bikes, and these are roughly the kind of bikes you would buy in a big box store. They're not the beefy bike share bikes that you might have ridden in places like DC or New York City, Denver, Portland, Minneapolis. I urge you to look closely at the bikes and fully understand the kind of breakage and failures that typically happen with these sorts of bikes, because there is a concern about safety and liability here. Finally, Line Bike has never actually operated a bike share system. I've talked to a lot of people about this proposal, and I've been told that we should be willing to take a chance on Line Bike in the spirit of innovation and experimentation. Taking that chance certainly benefits Line Bike, but I don't see equivalent benefits to the people that this service is meant to use, or the system that is meant to serve. A bike share system must be reliable. The bikes must be solid and safe to use. The operation must be accessible to anyone who wants to use it and enables trips that people actually want to make. And Line Bike's proposal just doesn't really guarantee that. So for that reason, I encourage you to rethink this proposal. There are other experienced operators prepared to provide a bike share system that you want to see implemented, and I hope you will take a closer look at some of those opportunities. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Jim. All right, that's our only request to speak on the item. I had deferred the report from both the SACOG board and the Bike Share Steering Committee from yesterday to this item, so let me give that briefly, and also maybe the kind of how we got to this point on Line Bike as well, because this is all unfolded. The bike share story's been going on for years, but this particular option has been a recent development. So the SACOG board met 3 weeks ago for the purpose of considering essentially the term sheet for the agreement that SACOG's been negotiating on behalf of itself and the 3 city partners in the regional bike share system, Davis, us, and Sacramento. And the night prior to the SACOG board meeting, we had taken up this issue as part of the parking item and had authorized the city manager to engage in negotiations with Line Bike. So although those were distinct things, SACOG is working on a regional system, and this was a proposal for a West Sacramento system. I needed to inform the SACOG board that this was underway. The SACOG board was very interested in the proposal. There was a very good discussion and debate around, but the systems, the long-term trajectory of both, what the region ought to do, and how the systems might interact. At the end of that meeting, though, and I should say from many parties, including Mayor Steinberg and Councilmember Chenier from Sacramento, who expressed interest in examining exactly this kind of a proposal. But the board also said, West Sacramento, you should go. You're a little more nimble, so go do your thing. And we're going to work on the regional system in parallel at the moment. Line Bike had previously expressed that they were comfortable operating in a multi operator competitive environment. So the board deferred action on the term sheet and instead asked the then executive director, who is with us right now, Kirk Trost, the COO of SACOG, to come back with an actual agreement with SOBI, the contractor that had been selected regionally to operate that system, so that both of these processes could happen in parallel but distinct from one another. That has happened, and there have been further discussions on that proposal, and as well as this one. The SACOG, the Bike Share Committee, which is composed of the 3 cities plus the Air District, and I don't know, that might be it. I don't know if Mr. McKeever's still on it, but that committee met yesterday to get an update on the contract with SOBI and the provisions there, as well as to hear what the status of this proposal was here. And we have worked very hard to keep these processes distinct, but they have converged to some extent because the proposal from SOBI for the regional system has become more, I would say, I mean, Kirk could disagree, but it's become much more like the line bike proposal in some significant ways, in the sense that they're now, both systems are dockless, and both would be privately owned and privately operated systems. So many of the distinctive characteristics between the two have disappeared. There's still significant differences between the two, but they have become closer together over the last few weeks. And I will say the steering committee heard these issues yesterday, and I think to a person, the steering committee is still committed to that regional system and to trying to perfect the contract with SOBI. I raised some of the issues around why, at least from my perspective, the line bike proposal was in key respects significantly superior for West Sacramento in terms of the deployment in West Sacramento quickly. As of a month ago, or as of 3 weeks ago, the plan for the regional system was to deploy maybe late fall of this year, more likely the spring of next year. And as we heard on the parking item, that's been problematic for us. The delays of that system have been significantly problematic. That system would, during the period of most of the SOBI contract, would be likely to result in approximately 6 stations in downtown West Sacramento and the Bridge District in Washington Square, which would imply about 40 or 45 bicycles in the city, whereas the line bike proposal could move quickly, be implemented within a period of weeks or a month, and that could deploy 200 bikes in that period, and then within the year deploy 800, a total of 800. So the density and coverage that could be accomplished through the line bike plan was for West Sacramento was a significant advantage. The price point was for riders is significantly lower. The specs that we've seen on both for the SOBI system was 2.5 times as much as the line bike system, and the cost in terms of public resources was several $1 million, or $3.9 million plus a sponsorship of $900,000 a year. So there's these sets of issues that were critical that made this proposal, the line bike proposal, come to us in the first place, and why, from my view, from the perspective of a West Sacramento resident, on most of the indicators that I would care about is like, can I get a bike? Can I go anywhere in the city with it? Am I going to pay $5 an hour or $1 a half an hour? That on virtually all those indicators, it was a very significant difference from a user perspective. Now, that doesn't account for the system level things that we care about in our relationships with our partners and our participation in the region. But if you're a resident of the city, having 800 bikes in the city versus 50, having them for $1 a half hour instead of $5 an hour, and having them anywhere in the city, not just in the Bridge District and the Washington neighborhood and downtown, this area, was a pretty obvious choice. We've heard some of the objections that have been raised, and I have to say I'm not persuaded for a couple reasons. One is I don't think an environment we have been working at the regional scale on a publicly owned, privately operated system that would be publicly financed, counting a sponsorship to the tune of $5, $6, $7 million. when you're doing that, your capacity to exact a set of, standards and, aspirational levels and just blow $2,000 on a bicycle is much more, it's not constrained, right? If you have $7 million, you're going to spend that of public money, then sure, let's get a bicycle for $2,000. And if we're going to do that, then we can get a bicycle that lasts, forever and that's super heavy and it's custom made just for this purpose and just for this region. But that's what you get for $7 million. But that's for a public system. And what is now the case really for both proposals, both the regional one and this one, is not a public system. It's simply not a request. It's not a request for us to fund the Lime Bike proposal, but simply to, in partnership, determine what the rules of the game on the ground are for how it's used and how it's deployed. And that's significantly different. So many of our residents do bike with bicycles from Walmart and from Target, and a large number of our residents are riding Trek and Specialized bicycles. And I would never contemplate banning those from the street because they're such a public health and safety hazard that we should not allow bicycles of that type to be used, and we should insist that every resident be biking on a $2,000 bike. From a social equity perspective, this notion that biking should be limited to the $2,000 bike and above, I think is not appropriate for our community, especially if that means we can only have 50 of them instead of 800. And so while I get the bike issue, there's a significant cost to be made in that regard. It also means when you spend $2,000 on a bike, that the marginal cost of that bike, the marginal revenue that you have to earn on that bike has to be higher, which is why the rate is higher, and also why I worry that with the regional plan, I worry that we don't, even if we had enough bikes, that they would not sustain here because they wouldn't be used often enough in order to make the $2,000 price point make sense. Whereas a bicycle that has to make a $350 price point makes sense. It doesn't have to be, if not every bike is being used every other hour in the Bright neighborhood or in Bridgeway Lakes, it can still work at a smaller number of rides. And so that's been an area for me that continues to be one that is distinctive in that respect. Then there's the Sacramento issue. It is not the case that a bicycle that is a Lime bike that would be rented by a bike share user here in West Sacramento could not be parked in Sacramento. That's simply not true. Any bike that is a bike can be parked by any person who is a person at any legal bike parking location in either of our cities. Today and into the future. So if the bike rack that's sitting at the Golden One Center or that's sitting at Raleigh Field is agnostic as to whether you own your bike or whether you just stole your bike or whether it's a bike share bike. The parking of a bicycle is regardless of where you're from or who owns your bicycle. It is the case that one member of the council in Sacramento has floated the idea of an ordinance that would ban bike share bikes from West Sacramento coming, supposedly. But that is not a universally shared view with our partners in Sacramento, and we've been collaborating closely with members of their council and other folks in the community, who recognize that the notion that more people would be biking in West Sacramento and potentially in Sacramento is not an evil thing. And that they're not scared about it. So I think that legally there's no reason why someone wouldn't bike. Now, under the original regional plan, it would have been the boundaries of the area made a significant difference. So if you biked outside of the designated area for the regional plan, the SOBI plan, if you're looking at the comparison sheet, if you biked out of area under that original plan, you would pay a $100, I think $90 or $100 penalty for doing so. I'm sorry, if you bike and parked, if you leave the bike outside of the service area, you can bike to Tijuana and back as long as you keep parked in the service area. But if you biked out, you would pay a $100 fee, and that was a significant concern. And so some of the developments on that side of the equation from yesterday were that the most recent proposal from SOBI doesn't change that provision, but it added the whole city of West Sacramento into the service area. So at least you wouldn't have to worry about accidentally biking from Raleigh Field to La Favorita Market and then finding yourself with a $100 fine, which was a significant challenge in version 1. So that improvement has been made. But if you only have 50 bikes to cover the entire geography of the city, it remains a problem in terms of whether or not it would succeed. And if it doesn't succeed, then there's nothing that would prevent those from being withdrawn entirely from the city. So both of these are continuing to proceed. And yes, as I say yesterday, the steering committee recognized that our work with Lime Bike was happening. They would like us to find a way to make the SOBI regional system work better for us instead. I don't think that's impossible, but it's not where they are yet. But a significant amount, since Kirk is here and he can verify, a lot of progress in that direction has been made. But I still think that as of now, that the option that we have been and the city manager have been negotiating is significantly superior, and that in fact it has been this proposal that's driven some of those other changes, but that it would be in the interest of our residents to advance what I think is a solid proposal. I guess advance that forward and let the region continue on its work, and at some point we have to reconcile. The issue that the Councilmember Roscoe raised, I think it is a critical one, and I don't think we yet have the solution, but this is true also for all other bike share systems. There are two issues in terms of thinking, well, at least two, in terms of thinking about lower-income residents. One is access to a smartphone. The second is access to a credit card, right? So the SOBI system relies on a kiosk system as an alternative to a smartphone for payment. Although the current proposal is only for 2 kiosks in the entire region, so it's not that you'd be able to go in just anywhere in West Sac and start paying for it. There probably wouldn't be a kiosk at all in our city. But you would still require, the kiosk does not take cash and it doesn't take EBT or anything else. You would still need a credit card with a balance even at the kiosk system. And so solving just for the smartphone problem isn't enough. You need to solve for getting money into the account in the first place. And so what was suggested here around the accounts and stuff, if you think about a system, and Mr. Johannesson has been at seen some of this work at Code for America, he's done some of this work. You could definitely imagine a system in which, just as we accept cash and checks for utility bills, for example, it's not impossible to imagine a system where we could be a collection point for that cash and put it into account, and that account could be activated by a text message that goes direct, doesn't come to us, because we don't want to be processing this for you guys, just to be clear. We don't want somebody on the phone calling Chris Doherty saying, hey, I'm at the corner of Fifth Street and Riverfront, and I need you to unlock this bike. That can't happen, right? It is not at all a difficult technical solution to say, okay, is there money in the account? And then a text message arrives, and the text message then can trigger the unlocking of the bicycle. So that's definitely possible as a solution, and it would be a solution of that type is going to be necessary for any of the bike share systems, because none of them have a good solution already built in or baked in, no matter how many years of experience they have or how many years they've had to solve this problem to this point. So I think it's exactly the right point. But the proportion of our residents that have text-enabled phones is extraordinarily high. It's the vast majority, and so that would be an important option for us to be able to solve that problem. But the more important problem in that space is having enough bikes in all neighborhoods of the community that want to use them, and the Lime Bike proposal at the scale that they're proposing to do would allow that to succeed. There's the smaller piece, which is Lime Bike's committed, I think, in this agreement to they'll be creating a local crew here that is doing repairs and customer service and patrol and distribution that would be here in our city. So it's not bringing IKEA in terms of the number of jobs or something of that nature, but it's an investment also in the community and the creation of the kinds of jobs actually that we could use many more of. So I'm definitely supportive of this. It is a team that has had a lot of experience in related sectors. SOBI had zero experience in this space when they began as well. But clearly this market is changing, that Bike Share 3.0 is fully dockless, which is part of the reason why the SOBI proposal that we've received with the region is also fully 100% dockless. because that's where this market is going. They have no experience in that either, and I think this offers a great deal of benefits to West Sacramento and its residents, and it makes sense from a tactical perspective for us as well to advance and try to resolve it. So what I would ask is if we move forward in this in some form, that the recommended action that would modify it just slightly, just in terms of its technical pieces, which is to authorize the city manager or designate to negotiate the agreement and authorize me to execute it and hold on the execution while we're continuing to resolve out of deference to our regional partners who've asked to begged us essentially to at least give them a chance to then give it the green light to hold on the signature if progress is being made towards some last, best, and final work from that Mr. Trost is curating at the region. So. Okay, Ms. Orozco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps, Mr. Mayor, you could answer this question, having the background you have with bike share programs. I have two questions, one specifically to Lime Bike and the other in general terms. When a bike is stolen, I mean, I'm sure there's no problem finding the bike, but what if it's locked in somebody's house? I mean, are we calling, our police department to come and extract that bike? I mean, I see in the report, it says the operations team can come and correct the issue, but what does that look like in reality? Is this going to have some type of effect on our department as officers would be called for assistance in retrieving bikes?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think stolen issue, especially at the beginning, will happen, and we expect that. So a couple of things that we will do, number one, we'll have the local team to, manage, the operation that includes, locating and finding the stolen or lost bikes, right? So the bike has the GPS embedded, so we know where it is. For example, if the last signal reported to the cloud we see is, in front of certain building, we know it's actually there, right? So we can first, we can either send our crew there, or as you said, that's why we think, working with the city is important. We can also, use our technology to better, work with the police department to potentially, locate the bikes as well. I think moving forward in the long run, we'll try to, avoid, the stolen issue by, for example, not just the GPS embedded, but also we have the siren in that. So for example, if it's locked and then people are moving the bike, the alert will be on. So there are a number of things that we can do on top of that, and also the parts are specially made as anti-theft. So with regular tools, it's really hard, right? So we're trying all the approaches to solve this kind of problem, and I'm happy to work with the city, either sending our own crew, but also working with the police department. And there will be a certain number of bikes that really get stolen. We won't punish the users, but what we believe is, with the massive or available bikes in the city, people will less and less likely to steal a bike, because if people usually steal a bike because they want to use the bike, right? But if a bike share system is so convenient to the users, they can access anytime, anywhere in the city. It just discourage them to own their own bike, right? So if they can just use $1 to access a bike anywhere in the city, right? I think in the long run, if people expect there will be a bike at a corner, there will be a bike in front of your, in front of the mall, I think that will help, discourage people. But even with, certain percentage of the bikes getting stolen, our business model still support us, to run at a, profitable business model. Because, with the number of bikes that we are able to deploy, and the easiness and accessibility for people to use the bikes, the utilization, the number of rides will support a, business model, even though, there will be, even though if we expect, certain number of bikes are stolen. I think, from the long run, that we also expect that number will be declining as well for the stolen issue.
Well, it's a cute bike. And, I just want to make sure that our resources that should be dedicated to ensuring public safety in our community remain dedicated for those purposes,
Right.
I could anticipate there'd be situations where, a team could not extract a bike. Now, it's different if you're saying there's a siren that might be going off in somebody's house or something where that could be terribly inconvenient for the thief. But, yeah, I appreciate being able to think through that a little bit more. I had a second question, and that was, I don't ride to work yet, but I do ride for leisure and for an active lifestyle. And just this last weekend and a couple days ago, I took my little boys out for a nice leisurely bike ride. Well, you have different models for families, and we're a family city here. And I wonder if this could be, if we're going to be isolating the bike share program, at least at this point in riding in West Sacramento, that there would be different types of bikes for families, maybe tandem bikes, maybe little bikes, other types that would encourage families to get out and be more active.
Right. This is a great question. So this is the our product kind of 1.0. In the future, we want to build a bike that's like iPhone, good for the mass majority of the market, right? So anybody who is above 16 years old can ride a bike, and also I think it's safe for people above certain age to ride a bike with our first generation of product. But in the future, we do consider, and it's actually in our product roadmap to develop smaller size of bikes for the kids, so that a family, 2 adults, 2 kids can get the right product for them as well. But at the beginning, we want to serve above 16 years old for the safety and kind of usage perspective. We cover the majority of the population for that kind of age group. Does it make sense to you?
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm supportive of this proposal as well, and in terms of the you all being a startup, I kind of like that, to be able to help cultivate this in our city, and it's a low impact on there's no impact on our city finance except for potentially the police issue and some of those that I could see happening. But one of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to find ways to collect data on passive uses to look at how we can adjust city services or improve our city. And one of the things you're going to be providing is a summary of the bike distribution and their movement. So I'd imagine with your GPS and the cloud base, you can actually maybe expand that a bit to show us where people are going, to show like common routes. And I think that addresses Mr. Brown's point that, folks aren't going to be going to Sacramento, but for us to see, for example, there's one route that there's just a lot of traffic there, then it kind of helps us look at, well, maybe we need to put more resources into that particular route.
Right.
And it kind of gives us that data to do that. And it looks like it's probably pretty accessible in your program.
Yes, you're right. Thanks for bringing that up. I think, getting the data for the usage engine, also, sharing the data with the city in order to promote and build better infrastructure for the city is truly important, right? So a number of things that we can do, as you said, the bike route that people are doing on a daily basis. With the current individual-owned bikes, there's no way for people to know, right? Unless, you partner with probably Strava to get maybe 5% of the total rides. But with our bike sharing program, we can capture 100% of the data of the routes that people are using the bikes, right? So that's number one. Number two, we also know when people open the app to look for a bike, right? So that actually helps us to know, hey, where the demands are. So now we actually don't know, right? So even though people are waiting for the bus or are looking for a bus station, but it happens in that area, there is no bus station. We have no idea if there is a demand there. But with the app, whenever people open the app to look for a bike, but cannot identify a bike nearby and then close the app, we know there's a demand. So if we see a lot of demand in the area, we can deploy more bikes. And that's number two, right? And number three, I think one of the key objective or vision that we are hoping to solve is the traffic congestion. So if we know all the routes that people are doing on a daily basis. We know what are the kind of traffic congestion areas are. And then we can use the GPS to direct people to ride different routes to avoid that. If there is a, kind of high traffic area with either cars or bikes, we can, give people different directions or instructions to get around with, that area so that they can get to the destination quicker as well. So those are some of the ideas as well. And we're happy to provide the data with the city to promote a better infrastructure and communication to the users.
Yeah, I think just in general, we see it kind of like as a partnership with the city. You're, a startup getting your business going, and we're also kind of in startup mode in a lot of stuff we're doing here. And to be able to maybe have some kind of, may not be specific reports, but being open to providing data in a different format than maybe a discussion you can have during the course of the time.
Yeah,
Might be
totally.
interesting.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sandin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question originally about integrating the bike share program with the regional proposal, and I think you've given us a lot of background and are kind of navigating that as our representative for the bike share committee. I also really appreciate Mr. Brown being here and laying out the SABA concerns of reliability, safety, equity, security, and I think those things will actually, having those brought to us will actually make this proposal better, because I think those are the standards we expect in Sacramento. And I know in the Sacramento region, we have had a long partnership with SABA, and they are supporting the Simple Sacramento project and have been really helpful with our trail system and getting us resources. So I don't want to dismiss those concerns being brought forward, but I do think they'll make for a stronger proposal. I do want to share a story because I spent a lot of time in alumni relations, and we would often, in that line of work, we would be, folks would come to us when kind of internet sites were getting going and social relations, social media was getting started. And it was actually exciting to have startups come to us because we weren't taking a lot of risk, but we potentially could get a lot of benefit, or online career services. And some of them worked out really well, and some of those companies didn't work. But we were able to say, when you were the beta test, you were able to kind of learn a lot and actually have the resource of a company that's actually putting all of their life savings on the line to see if something works. And that's kind of, I think to your point, Mr. Johannesson, that's kind of West Sacramentan. We kind of are a startup city, we make things happen, and we give things a try. And I think that the comfort I found was the 2 week, if there's not a performance, that actually, that is really helpful, that kind of out clause. Like if we get going and it's like, oh my gosh, we thought this was this, but it's really that, and it's not working. I think that that provides me some comfort. I'm hoping, of course, that it does work, that it doesn't have more police calls, and then that we're not getting complaints from people that there's green bikes all over the place and what are you going to do with them, or that we, that other things that we hope don't happen. But I'm really excited that we could get this going and that we could be working with a startup, because I do see that as our city, kind of how we are. We're a startup.
Thank you.
Mr. Ledesma?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks everyone for your presentation, and thanks for being out. And at some point, and not tonight because it's 11 o'clock, but I would like kind of the demo of the application, the time to open it, and
Sure.
that's just that process. I do have some experience with the being in DC with the bike share and going to the kiosk and punching a code and going from the kiosk to the bike lock and trying to make sure you got the right code. And that was always challenging. But there are a lot of good points are raised tonight. I have a few questions for you, and then a few questions, or at least some feedback to staff in terms of the direction we go here. So the question has come up around what happens with the bikes if it crosses the river. Setting aside the notion that someone might ban a Lime bike from the other side of the river, but I can see a scenario where I just want to get across the river to go visit Il Fornaio, which is just across the river, right? Just to have a cup of coffee or something.
Right.
I have an office right there in the same building. What happens? Could I take a bike from, let's just take City Hall, and it's not going to lock up on me in the middle of Tower Bridge and I can't cross?
It's a good question. We do think is, it's something that we don't want it to be happen. So my short answer is just go for it. You can ride a bike whenever you want. And we'll give you instructions and recommendations for some of the sample parking areas, when you get to the destination, right? If you are not blocking the pedestrian driveway emergency exits, if you see there's, either a bike rack or area that you think is wide enough, not blocking the traffic, you can park that. And also at the beginning, we'll have operation team to handle some of the missed parking thing, right? So for example, if you ride a bike and then park it properly, that's fine. The next rider may bring the bike back to West Sacramento, which is perfect. But in case there's some kind of missed parking thing happen after someone ride a bike to, Sacramento, but our crews are actually in West Sacramento, we can actually monitor where the bikes are, and then we'll send, people there to, repark the bike to make sure it's actually not blocking the kind of the entrance or pedestrian or driveway as well.
Right.
But the short answer is yes, you can ride whenever you want.
And, okay, and
And
that's
there's no
certainly.
penalty. Yeah.
That was going to be another part, because it brought up is there no penalty? Because a part I worry about, it's, the part I like, there's a lot I like about this. I'm just to be honest, I'm supportive of this. I'm not afraid to kind of have a startup come in and
Thank you.
and try this. But there's some just, what I'm careful of are sort of the hidden or unexpected costs that may come up that get transferred on to our residents that see the convenience of it, but then they end up with a fee they weren't expecting or some limitation that they weren't expecting, because the real risk to us is just purely kind of a reputational one, right? That we've endorsed a company to come in and provide a service.
Right.
And with that agreement, how this performs will reflect on us to a degree. I'm not afraid of that. Again, I'm not afraid of that simply because you're new, but I just want to make sure those kind of issues are kind of addressed. And it comes down to, because I had Councilmember Orozco brought up the kind of potential impact on police. I'm concerned about the administrative costs on our side, just by, again, they're gonna view this, for better or for worse, they're gonna view this as a city service.
Yep.
And hopefully it's for the better. I'm rooting for it to be the better. But if it's the worst, that's kind of what so the administrative costs of Chris Doherty getting texts and calls through the day about my line break, I'm stuck in wherever, I can't find one, or it broke apart on me on West Capitol. That's what I'm just want to make sure we're careful of and manage around the administrative costs that come back to us. So I'm really interested in, as we move forward, and maybe an agreement, is making sure we have some measures or dashboards around the administrative time we're spending on this. I know you have a customer complaint and resolution promised to us, but we've got to be able to be managing our time and our.
Great. Yeah. Again, thanks for the question. I think first, no hidden cost. Won't be penalized. If you ride it off the border or to the other city. That's number one. Number two, we want to respect the administrator or officer or the policeman's time and effort as well. So that number one, we'll use the technology first to find out the bikes if there's a stolen bike, right? We'll solve the problem ourselves first to try to send our people there. But in order to create better environment for people to use the service, the product better, without, putting negative impact to that. For example, we discourage people to steal the bike or keep the bike in their home, right? So maybe, some of the ideas we can, maybe use 3 to 5, police help per week or per month. I'm not sure what the right number is. And then find out some of the kind of typical cases, and then do some customer or consumer or promote marketing to say, hey, if this happens, if you're stealing Lundbeck's bike, if there's so it will let the court to make a judgment, right? What that impact to that, and then we'll make some cases, right, to educate people. Hey, this is actually a private-owned company, and then the bikes are actually shared to the public, right? We try to use that as some of the example to educate, but still, after a certain point, let's say, 10 or 20 or 30 bikes are stolen out of 200 in 3 months. If we do the calculation, it's still, workable in terms of the financial or break-even calculation, we'll just let go and then add more bikes. Because if the bikes are actually well utilized, I think from a financial perspective, it will be doable as well.
Okay. I have a few more questions.
Yes,
just
please.
Just one for you. So in your, or at least a staff report, it talks about the education and marketing. This is going to be a new concept to the community about using bikes for short-term
Usage.
runs.
Right.
And so is there a commitment from your team in this around how you'll help, or how you're going to market? Is there a strategy in place? Because I think that's going to be the biggest, a big issue, is all of a sudden these green bikes are going to show up, and what do you do with them? And how does this work?
Yes, Mattel is our head of marketing and communication. Maybe.
And you don't have to go through the whole plan. I just want to make sure that
We are putting a plan in place. We're working with the city. Jim, we've also reached out to your team, and we've been in touch with some of the SABA personnel to understand the main events that are happening for around cycling and promoting that, as well as putting people on the ground in high transit areas to explain exactly how this system works. And how they can use it. So there's definitely a plan in place for customer education, for system awareness, and to drive trial, including a lot of free trial, which will be given to residents initially to let them try things out to see if this suits them.
Okay.
So free trial, and then some, yeah.
Okay. And just finally on the bike equipment, because it came up, and again, I'm kind of with the mayor on this one, that I'm not going to, I have a decent bike, and I rode, you made a great point on this, Mr. Mayor, but my question is around this one is just the rideability. Is it multiple gears? Is it, and I know the ones I've rode in Washington are, I think, 3-gear systems. Are these similar, or?
So this is our first generation model. It's a single gear.
Okay.
Future generation has an internal 3-gear system with an inner hub. But this is a single gear, which obviously in some areas it's not ideal. San Francisco and more hilly areas.
I was going to say, it's relatively flat here.
But we believe it's good enough for the majority of the cases in West Sacramento.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I appreciate your information and, again, bringing the bike. Just a couple of other thoughts and kind of, again, this is an exciting venture for us because you do have startups coming to you, and I think that's a reputation we've fostered, and we have wanted to kind of have those market creators come to us and try to bring something, and I think this falls in line with this. But as we go forward, I ask the mayor and the city manager, I know it's $1 for 30 minutes, I think, but I'd like just to make sure there's some mechanism that for rate increases. You're a startup, so you're going to want to adjust. If there's some sort of this review or just an awareness of how we manage that, or how we're aware of that. And then the social equity piece that Councilmember Orozco brought up and the mayor brought up, that's something we just need to solve for. We can start and get there, but again, given folks access to a bike just to get between places, especially in the areas we're highlighting is extremely important to me. And then finally, I appreciate the mayor's comments and update and kind of how he's approached this with SACOG and our partners in Sacramento and Davis. That it's thoughtful and but with an eye towards how do we make everything better, or how do we make another relationship or bike share vendor better. And I just urge you kind of keep on that cooperation route. I think it is important. We have not only been a beacon for innovation and kind of bringing the startups city, as Councilmember Sandin put it, but we've also been a beacon for regionalism, and I don't want us to sacrifice that for the other. We've been able to make it and we're this. So again, I just impart to you to please make that, keep the communication lines open, and I'll do what I can as a alternate at SACOG, and with the relationships we have. So, but thank you again for coming.
Thank you all so much for your time.
All right. Thank you. And the regional component is, I know it's important to the council, it's to me as well, and to the community. And it's felt on all sides of that equation. At the steering committee yesterday, the newest proposal from SOBI included a proposal to deploy a small set of bikes early stage, 50 or up to 100 bikes May. So trying to match the timeframe that we're contemplating here, and which would be for the whole service area of the three cities. And both Sacramento and Davis in the steering committee pretty much instantly said we would be comfortable with that being entirely in West Sacramento because we know you guys care about speed. So they are. So your comments about the our regional reputation, those relationships do matter, and why we continue to participate in this, and why at least also the suggestion for the restructuring of the motion just to allow us to do that work in good faith. We've been working on bike share in some form or another for 5 or 7 years, and from starting in bike share 1.0, with the fully docked systems, trying to figure out how do we do the DC, New York, Montreal system, and then with bike share 2.0 with the blended system that SOBI and a couple of others do. And I feel in a lot of ways like this is the 3.0 version, with a twist, which is and if you've seen some of we've gotten some communications with pictures of 1,000 bikes dumped on a street in China or what have you. But those are what have been emerging are companies that have been doing privately operated private bike share that are dockless, that don't have a relationship with their host cities. It's a key difference. It's sort of a very extreme Uber model of bike share, but which has been unstoppable in a lot of ways. And what I think is what Lime Bike's distinctive approach is. That model of bike sharing, sort of low cost, a broader accessibility, broader coverage, but with an affirmative commitment to work with cities in the first place, so that you don't see the kind of ridiculous outcomes that those places in China and that San Francisco's been worried about as well. And so we are charting that territory and trying to figure out how to make that work. But if you had said even a year ago that we would be able to deploy this many bikes at this cost, at no public subsidy whatsoever, to our residents, I mean, it would be, we would have been, if it weren't 11 o'clock, we would be exploding balloons around what's possible here. It's a different mental model, and I was listening to Councilmember Ledesma's comments, and I could see you weaving in and out of it, which is that it's, because I think it's exactly right. We don't want people to think this is a city service. So don't call Chris Doherty. This is a private system, but at the same time, we still want to regulate it and develop it in the way as though it were. And I think we're sort of inventing what that's going to look like too. Like what is a city's relationship with with a private system, that in some sense, we don't, like, Sacramento doesn't regulate all that stuff with bike rental shops. For example, you can go Mike's Bike, and they don't tell you that you have to spend you can only rent a $2,000 bike if you do that, or any of those other issues. And so I think we're the right place to start answering that. What is a nimble, startup style government? How do you approach the balance between regulation and the fact that we're not an investor in the project, and we don't want to be accountable for, the day-to-day operations, but I think we're the right people to do that. So I appreciate all of the support and the comments and the commitment to try to iteratively get this better and better and better as we go forward, because I think it has a potential to be a huge win for the city. We're already hearing from, from some local restaurateurs and retailers and property developers that they're excited to participate already. So that's like in May. So it's there's already some buzz from folks who've been paying attention. So. All right, if there's no further questions or discussion, is there a motion on the item? And again, I would simply ask that the motion be to authorize the city manager as designated to negotiate, and then to authorize the mayor to execute, approve and execute an agreement for bike share services at the manager's recommendation with Lime Bike.
Yes, with the modifications, I'll second.
All right, so it's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson and seconded by Councilmember Orozco. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. Thank you. Thanks to the Lime Bike team. Thanks to our staff. I mean, this concept did not exist 3 weeks ago, and in addition to the work that Lime Bike's been doing. Just the sheer effort, and sheer effort in the context of 6 years of effort that we've been putting into bike share more generally has been enormous, and the sort of rapid, nimble flexibility and creativity that our staff has engaged in on this to make this possible. This is not possible in any other place. That three weeks ago, the idea could have come up, and tonight that a council would grant this kind of an authorization and agreement would be close to completion. And so I just want to really give a lot of kudos to the city manager and to his team, and to Chris and to others who've been working on this in order to make something ridiculously unrealistic happen in a 3-week period. So thank you. And thanks to Kirk for being here as well. Kirk's been leading Kirk Trost has been leading the bike share work at the regional scale, and then helping that process and this process mix together and stay distinct where necessary, and trying to find the best solution for both the region. And Kirk's paid a lot of attention to what our particular needs are in our city all the way around, but particularly in the last few more challenging weeks as well. So appreciate it very much. All right, that brings us then to item 13, which is a request for consideration of possible support positions on Senate Bill 54 and Senate Bill 31 related to state policies on immigration and sharing of information on race, national origin, or ethnicity. Consideration of Resolution 17-29 declaring that the city will not participate in the federal immigration and customs enforcement, 287G, and criminal alien programs. Mr. Robinson.
Good evening. On March 15th, staff presented the council with a report that was designed to facilitate the discussion of the two bills that you just mentioned. And at that time, the council determined to continue the item to this evening's meeting, and also indicated that you would like to hear an analysis of the 287G and criminal alien programs that the federal government operates. So this report contains both the analysis from the March 15th meeting that's been updated as the bills have been modified, and then also the analysis you asked for on 287G and the CAP programs. Senate Bill 54 has 3 key provisions, the first of which is that state and local law enforcement would be precluded from engaging in immigration enforcement activities. Second, state agencies would be required to review their confidentiality policies to assure that clients are not discouraged from seeking services or engaging with state agencies. And third, state agencies would be required to establish policies limiting immigration enforcement on their premises. Senate Bill 31 is a little simpler bill. It basically says that state and local governments will not gather personally identifiable information related to people's religious affiliations for purposes of compiling a list or registry. Both bills are generally consistent with West Sacramento Police Department's existing policy and practice. Both bills have substantial support lists from private organizations, although to our knowledge, only one other jurisdiction has publicly indicated support for either bill, and that was one city in support of SB 54. There's no registered opposition to Senate Bill 31. Senate Bill 54 is opposed by several law enforcement groups. The Trump administration has stated that it intends to withdraw federal funds from jurisdictions that don't cooperate with federal immigration enforcement efforts. Many legal authorities are dubious of the administration's ability to follow through on that threat, so the likelihood of an adverse effect from the city taking a support position on these bills is really low. Still, from the standpoint of minimizing this risk, the safest course for local jurisdictions is to avoid calling attention to themselves as opponents of federal immigration policies. And I think you see that idea manifested in the low number of cities that have publicly taken position on these bills. Having said that, the council could still very legitimately conclude that the value of a public display of support for these bills outweighs any risks that are associated with taking that position. Staff has included draft letters of support should the council decide to support one or both of the bills, but we're prepared to implement whatever direction the council chooses to give after it discusses the bills. On the 287G and criminal alien programs, 287G is a program, it refers to a section in the Immigration and Nationality Act that authorizes the Department of Homeland Security to enter into voluntary agreements with local jurisdictions to essentially deputize the officers of those local jurisdictions to enforce federal immigration law under certain conditions. The program was designed to strengthen public safety, but it's been widely criticized for its potential to facilitate racial profiling and to discourage members of minority groups from communicating with police. Nationwide, there are 37 law enforcement agencies with 287G agreements, but only one in California. I believe that's the Sheriff's Office of Orange County. The primary focus of the criminal alien program is to give Immigrations and Customs Enforcement agents access to jails and prisons where they screen and interview individuals in order to identify non-citizens for deportation. Since the city doesn't operate a jail, the relevance of this program to the city appears to be somewhat limited, but there is at least one sub-program of the criminal alien program that would be relevant. They have something called the Joint Criminal Alien Removal Task Force program, which is, the goal of which is to identify, investigate, and arrest at-large illegal criminal aliens. And that would be something that local jurisdictions could cooperate with, whether or not they operated a prison. The police department has not participated in either one of those programs, but our recommendation is to retain the flexibility to participate in similar programs on a situational basis if the target of such an operation is an at-large perpetrator of serious crimes. So to that end, Resolution 17-29 includes a caveat that would allow that kind of cooperation. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the council conduct a discussion of SB 54 and SB 31, as well as the 287G and criminal alien programs, and then provide staff with direction regarding the support letters for the two bills and whether the council wishes to adopt Resolution 17-29. And with that, I could take questions, and obviously the police chief and the city attorney are here as well for that.
I have one technical question that is on the 287G. The 287G program requires an agreement between the jurisdiction, a formal written agreement between the jurisdiction and ICE to join the program, right?
Yes.
It's not a episode by episode.
That's correct.
Agreement.
There's like a memorandum of understanding or similar document.
Correct. So that would need to be that would need to be approved by the council in any event. So I'm not sure what the exception language.
That was more targeted for anything we missed in the 287G program. If there was the ability to do step-by-step cooperation like that, I agree that I don't believe that's the case. But the criminal alien program, that does appear to be situational in terms of task forces that they might want to create. So we're trying to make sure that we didn't find ourselves in a situation where the police department felt it was a public safety benefit to cooperate, not to bring someone in on the basis solely of an immigration issue, but if they posed a public safety threat, to use that cooperation as a tool to help effectuate the law enforcement that they would have wanted to do otherwise.
Yeah, I'm asking though because part of the purpose of that policy is to provide assurances to our residents and to their children that we don't that they don't need to spend all day worried that we're about to serve them up, essentially. And the extent to which what we're communicating to them is accept is this broad categorization that's discretionary at any moment. In some sense, I worry that we might be enhancing the anxiety rather than solving it in that particular case. So I have an opinion about it, but especially with 287G, which is the more important program, because that's where the executive order at least was anticipating pushing more of this this work, that in that regard, I think having that exception language isn't necessary, because it does require, we or the city manager would have to execute a formal agreement between the jurisdiction and ICE, and so it's not necessary, but it adds, I think, more to the psychological anxiety about of fear than we.
No, you're correct. That agreement would be necessary, so the caveat's not necessary for 287G.
Okay, I know there's lots of other questions and comments. Ms.
Just,
Cindy?
I had a question. SB 54 passed the Senate on Monday.
Right.
Okay, does that affect this action for us?
No, it's going to go on to the
Because it'll go to
Assembly, so it's
yeah.
still, yeah.
Okay.
And do you have did you get a copy of the most, it was amended, from the one that we have in the packet, I think it's been amended.
Right.
It was amended on the 30th to address several of the law enforcement concerns, particularly to address some of the Cal Chiefs issues.
Yeah, I don't believe anybody changed their position on the basis of those amendments, but there were changes made to the bill in an effort to address those.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Johansson?
Yeah, thank you. John, I think I'm supportive of the action here. On the 287G program, I think the discussion we've had that it's basically it takes an affirmative act of the city to join that.
That's correct.
And my reading of this executive order in the U.S. Code 1373, really it just addresses whether or not we have any statute, policy, or practice that prevents us from disclosing this information. So, my concern initially, I think, was that we need to be careful about, saying our policy is, even though it's not an ordinance or a practice that may not be encapsulated in an ordinance, it may be used at some point to show that, that we're not complying with 1373 under the meaning of that. Now, I'm not sure, if they would ever drill down that far in terms of the benefits, because we do have quite a bit at stake here in terms of levy money and streetcar money. And it seems just the reading of this and I think the language of the resolution that just supporting something we're not really doing anything to any kind of policy or statute or ordinance that prevents us from doing anything. We're just supporting something that may happen in the future. So that seems to be fairly safe, and I can't see how that would come, even if there was some litigation on this issue, how we could consider to be a sanctuary city or sanctuary-like city just by making that movement. And I probably defer to the city attorney on that, but it looks like the exposure here, and I know the mayor's had some conversations with folks at the national level on really our exposure on something like this. And that was really my concern, that, we don't want to be rash and put something in a public meeting that shows that we have a policy or practice that may come back to haunt us. And I don't think any of this does that at this point.
Certainly not supporting the two pieces of legislation. I don't see how that would fall into the category that's been described in the executive order. Making and adopting as a policy that you won't cooperate is a little closer. I mean, it could be something pointed to, but at this point, I don't see either one as definitely falling on that side of the executive order. So.
Well, would you see the language of the resolution where it says is not to participate in the program except to participate in cooperative efforts? So this doesn't really say we're refusing to cooperate. It just says we won't elect to be in this program.
Correct.
That is purely discretionary.
Right.
At the federal level.
Right.
Yeah. I agree. I don't see this as a high-risk resolution to adopt. I mean, it's much of this is perception, and much of this is trying to figure out what the administration plans to do after having done its executive order. And if I knew that, I'd be sure to tell you, but I don't really know where they plan to go with this. So I would not consider this to be putting the city at substantial risk in adopting this.
All right, thank you.
What they have communicated at the Conference of Mayors, when we've met with the Department of Justice and with the COPS office independently, are two things. One is that they don't intend to try to create an expansive list of sanctuary cities, that they are not looking to have the largest list possible, which was an answer to a question that we had raised, like, why is San Francisco not on your, and they had an initial list out, and San Francisco was not on it. And the clear impression that we were given was that releasing a list of 700 sanctuary cities across the country would normalize the concept of a sanctuary city, as opposed to having it be just a few. It's just a few crazy California cities in Austin and a handful of others, and so the notion of that they're all over the place and it's a city right next to you is not part of the agenda. The second is that in addition to that list, that they would look towards essentially declarations by cities when applying for money that you are not in violation of that section, and that you do not have a statute, policy, or practice that prevents or hinders the enforcement of federal laws. So those two strategies: developing an affirmative list on their end that is relatively narrow, and then potentially demanding that requiring cities and other jurisdictions, when they apply for federal funds, to affirmatively declare that they don't do this. And in neither case would what we're contemplating tonight trigger any of that. So, Ms. Sandine?
I just want to understand, so you were suggesting on the resolution to strike now therefore be it resolved? Is that?
No, I was suggesting that the part that says except to participate in cooperative efforts, and given the nature of the criminal alien program, which the vast 99% of it is at the county level anyway, it might be cleaner if we just took that criminal alien program out of the resolution, focused on 287G. That's there is more stuff being dumped in a criminal alien program, but the more significant one is 287G, and that's cleaner with respect to that requires an affirmative written agreement of the city anyway. That's not an in-operation thing. So if we did that, if we just focused on 287G and then the two pieces of legislation, then
So it would strike from the or to the end, or?
Yeah.
Our policy?
Yeah, no, that's
Okay.
right, yeah.
Okay.
Or to the end, and then strike the relevant whereas clauses about where criminal, strike the
Oh,
language.
yeah, right above it,
Yeah, criminal alien.
the third whereas?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we do have a couple of requests for public comment, but the other thing I wanted to suggest that if we move forward on this recommendation and we take a position on SB 54 in particular, that we partner with Cal Chiefs, having us, just barely on the inside of this issue, and them, either on the line or just on the other side, working together towards the same objectives, because I don't know all the details of what they've proposed in terms of amendments, but I know they've worked very hard to try to be partners with what the bill is trying to accomplish, and to do it smartly. And I think we should be working in tandem with them. That doesn't mean we adopt every single amendment that they want, but we ought to be looking at, we ought to look at that in our department, and then if we are one of the first jurisdictions to come out in support of that bill, that we use that connection in order, and that relationship with the senator to try to push and support the components of the Cal Chiefs proposals that make sense from a West Sacramento perspective. Councilmember Orozco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, had the great opportunity to present alongside Sheriff Ed Prieto and Supervisor and former City Council Member Oscar Villegas in front of several students last week. And it was overwhelming, the amount of questions that we received that directly relate the level of trepidation and concern and confusion possessed by young people in our community. And, I'm a child of an immigrant and granddaughter as well, but yet being face-to-face with these young people who are afraid to even go to school. And if Katie Villegas were sitting in this room today, she'd tell you, as we heard today, many parents are pulling their children out of public health care institutions because they're afraid of being detected which has a perverse effect on an outcome on our community. That's the last result we would want for the kids in our community. So I appreciate that our council is paying attention and that we are considering an action that may directly communicate to our community that we care and that we're listening. With respect to the participation of our community to come forward and assist our law enforcement in keeping our community safe, that is also something that's very important to me. I want to make sure that people feel comfortable coming forth to report crime and to cooperate as witnesses and to ensure that our officers are getting the support they need in order to keep your community and our children, all of our children, regardless of their immigrant status, safe. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Robbins. We had two requests for comments. I'm not sure if Maria Grijalva is within the sound of my voice. All right, then we'll move on to Daniel Chavez. Welcome back.
Mayor, members of the City Council, I want to thank you for taking this situation into your consideration. I'm pleased to see you looking at supporting SB 54 and SB 31. I take calls on a daily basis from DACA students that are worried, that feel they're under attack. And I hope that when you pass this resolution, support it, that you're loud about it, that you put a press release about it, because our children need to hear from you. They need to know that their city council is standing proudly behind them and is there to protect them. So I'm honored that you guys are considering this. I encourage you to pass this resolution and to make sure the community knows about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, and we'll return to the council for any further questions or discussion.
I just have a question. I know in the staff report, there's a section about the effect on existing Westsec Police Department practice. Since we have the chief here, are there anything with this that we should be concerned about moving forward?
This is going to be interesting.
You've been waiting for this for, let's see, how many hours? Wait, I can't do the math. I'm too tired. 4.5 hours.
I'm pretty sure our doctors, Rob, are not recommending that you and I do this at 11:40 at night.
Definitely. Definitely.
Congratulations.
Is that right?
So to answer that question, it really, from our standpoint, this doesn't change our practices at all. The only area of concern is just really if there's any area, there still feels like there's a little ambiguity about the broad restrictions of communication with ICE. So it seems very, that there's many circumstances laid out in SB 54 that allow for it. And then in another section, it kind of broadly says that it disallows it. So I think any concern is just what does compliance look like or non-compliance look like if this passes in its current state? But I know there's been a lot of debate about it already. So at this point, though, from an operational perspective, we don't feel like it's going to change or affect our operations.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right.
I have
Desmond?
I just have a question and comment. So I appreciate the direction and discussion around 287G and the criminal alien programs, because they're just not something I'm familiar with. So I appreciate staff and mayor briefing us on what the impact of that is, and agree with sort of the changes of the resolution that have been suggested. On SB 54 and 31, which I have been, I have an understanding now, but is this recommendation seeking to support both of them in tandem? Okay, I just wanted to make sure of that, and not choosing one or the other as a way of that. So I don't have any more questions. I have to make a comment. Thanks, John. I appreciate your comments tonight and staying till 11:30 at night, sir, to make your statement. And I appreciate council actually continuing this item from the last meeting to allow all of us to be here and vote on this. as the grandson of an immigrant, and immigrants on both sides, this has been something that kind of stepping out of our traditional role of taking much pride in how we govern our city, how we lead our city to make it a better place to live, work, and play. It's been the joy of sort of being a public servant here. And the fact that we have to have this conversation and this discussion is not one that I am particularly proud of as a moment in our country that we have to say these things and stand up for these things. But the heart of this is around what you brought to us tonight, sir, that there are children in this community that, as Ms. Orozco saw firsthand, that feel threatened, and they feel unsafe or not a part of this country, or more importantly, maybe not as part of this community. And this is where we stand up and say, you are. And again, it's a bit uncomfortable. We all acknowledge this as council members early in this in this current administration, that we're going in uncharted territory as a council, because we're not known for taking political stands on national issues. It's not what we do here. We make things happen. We make it, as I said, it's the great place that it is. I'm proud of this community on so many levels. I'm proud of our police force for having a conscience and policing the way I'm proud of in our community, and the way this community has rallied around all parts of its neighborhoods and different ethnicities and races, and those who come from different countries. We've embraced them all. I'm Mexican American. I'm second generation. Both maternal and paternal grandparents crossed the border, and I can't tell you one side whether it was legal or not, because my dad was a foster kid. I didn't know them that well. But this is at the heart of who we are as Americans, and we embraced immigration, and this is where we, at least I do, take great pride that this council has stepped forward and said this is something, a principle we believe in. So thank you for reminding me about those folks that are that have the fear. I don't. I'm the acclimated Mexican American kid that's now part of functioning society, I guess. I don't know, but that doesn't mean I'm not a Mexican American grandson of an immigrant, because I am. And I'm standing up for, just as people stood up for them when they were here working, it's time for us to step up for them. So I'm fully supportive of this, and I appreciate the mayor's leadership on this in other areas, and I'm appreciative of my fellow council members who say I hope they are ready to stand with me on this one. So again, I appreciate staff's work on kind of bringing this and analyzing this. I appreciate our police force having very good, candid conversations about where we are, and we support you, and I'm glad you're supporting us on this because it's important. So just want to thank you and express my support for this.
Is there a motion on the item, Mr. Ledesma?
So moved.
With that, I'll make a motion.
It's been then moved by Mr. Ledesma and seconded by Ms. Orozco.
As amended.
As amended?
The resolution?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chavez. Thank you to the department. Council calendar, Ms. Berlin?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Here's a couple of items that might be of interest to you. On Thursday, tomorrow afternoon, Bayer Crop Science is holding an open house from 4 to 7. And then on Friday morning, the Greater Sac Economic Council is hosting a Certified Champions program at 8:30. It includes a breakfast starting at 7:30. Registration information for both of these events was included in the March 24th newsletter. If you need that information again, please let me or Chris know, and we can send that to you if you're interested. And then on Monday, April 17th, is the fire badge pinning and award ceremony in the Galleria at 5 o'clock.
Any questions on the calendar? City manager report?
Just briefly, yesterday we honored our top managers in the city. Diane Richards from Economic Development was named the Manager of the Year. At that event, Chief McDonald also announced that Rob Strange was hired as the Deputy Chief, replacing the retiring Deanna Stevens. So we welcome Rob on his promotion. The chief also provided me with some background that we shared at the dais on the boxing camp that occurs next week. There's an invitation, 2:30 on Thursday, April 13th, recognizing the kids who participate in that program. So if you're available, that will be at 600 Jefferson, adjacent to the PD. Also, we've talked to a couple of council members about a homeless action plan update. We tentatively had that plan for April 19th. It's been pushed back, give us a little more time to analyze where we are, so that'll be on May 10th. So that is our staff plan to come back on that. And then finally, we are watching SB 1, which the mayor mentioned, this transportation bill, which is anticipated decision will be made tomorrow, whether or not to forward that to the governor. If it is passed, we've calculated that annually it would provide $1.2 million for local road rehab here in the city. So Denix is probably in bed, but he'll be relieved if that bill goes to the governor.
Any questions on the city manager reports? City attorney report. Staff direction from members of the council. We have no future agenda item requests. So Mr. Johannesson moves and Ms. Orozco seconds that the meeting be adjourned. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Meeting is adjourned.